Hello. I apologize for this delay. Welcome to our Wednesday, September 10th regular board meeting. I now call this meeting back to order at 6:20. Bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva para las Escuelas de la Valle de Pájaro. We have translation in Spanish. If you need the support, please see Leticia. She's right over here. Tenemos traducción en español. Si necesitas de ese servicio, por favor, pasa con Leticia. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. If somebody would like to speak to an item on the agenda, they must complete a speaker card and hand it to Eva Renteria prior to the agenda item. She's down here at the end. I also see a lot of new faces here tonight, so I want to take a moment to establish some ground rules. There may be differences of opinions, sometimes strong differences. Please give those speaking the same respect that you would like to receive when you are speaking. This will allow everyone to be heard and the board to conduct its necessary business. And now I will move us on to item 3.2, our Pledge of Allegiance, and I will ask our student trustee, Desi Salinas-Holtz, to lead us.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Desi. Thank you, Trustee Desi Salinas-Holtz. And now I will move us on to item 3.3, our superintendent comments. Dr. Heather Contreras, our superintendent of schools, will make a few comments.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. I'd previously stated that my comments will be standardly about student outcomes, and this evening I do have a report and discussion item that is about student outcomes. So I will save my comments for my report and discussion item.
Thank you. That now brings us to item 3.4, our governing board comments. This is the opportunity for each board member to make a few comments, and we will start with Trustee Turley. Okay. Trustee Flynn?
Good evening, everybody. I have a lot to say, but I will try to keep it brief. First of all, I want to say that I stand in solidarity who are those who are doing the fast to mitigate any pesticides sprayed near our schools. I also want to say that I am opposed to any political violence whatsoever, speaking to what just happened earlier today. I strongly feel that hate begets more hate, and over the past few months since I've been on this board, I've experienced quite a bit. And never have I reacted with the same type of disdain that I've received. And then building on that, I want to say that I'm really disappointed around what happened and acknowledged between Watsonville High and Aptos High. And it makes me sad because one of the young men I knew when he was a little boy, and I'm happy to know that there will be some restorative practices that will be in place for that. And I speak to it because Aptos is the site I represent. It also is frustrating to me that we have this expectation of these young men when we on the board kind of act in the same way with social media back and forth. So I just want to name that because we can't expect our students to behave and be held to a certain level of accountability when adults are not in that same mindset and behaving in that way as well. I'm really excited. I'm going to switch now to effective school boards and the work that we're doing with them. I'm going to keep saying that. If there is any opportunity for any of you to join in any of the training, there's one this weekend. I highly recommend that you do it. It's going to give a shared language between community and board so that board can be held accountable by the community, and then board can work with the administrative staff. And I think that's it. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Trustee Carrasco?
I just wanted to say that I attended the Rolling Hills Middle School back to school night. And I really had a good time. I learned a lot about their international school that they have. I was able to meet the counselor there. And I also got to meet the librarian, and I learned that they had a 3D print machine. They had a maker space in there, and I just saw a lot of the dedication from the teacher staff and students as well on that campus. So thank you for having me. The other thing that I wanted to do today is, could I have Vicente go to the front? I wanted to present one of our students. Vicente Guillen Martinez, he is a Watsonville High senior, and he will be serving in the county-wide at-large seat. He is going to be the student trustee for the Santa Cruz County of Education Board. If we can give him a round of applause. His focus is on elevating student voice, mental health, and access to resources. He also serves as president of Empower Watsonville, where he leads efforts to support and uplift local youth. And I got the honor of meeting Vicente a few years back through my work with Arte del Corazón. And I just want to say that, Vicente, I'm really proud of you, and I can't wait to see what you're doing. I don't know if you want to say a few words. Mic on. Turn on your mic.
I'm really happy of getting the position of student trustee at the Board of Education. I just want to reach out to more people and at my high school and other high schools and get their ideas and really take youth voices to the board, because I could have an idea, but I need to talk to other youth so I could get everyone's opinion in what I bring to the board. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vicente. Okay, and that's my time.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
In the interest of time, I'll defer my comments.
Thank you. Trustee Salinas Holtz?
Good evening, everyone. I might have a little too much to say, but I'll try to keep it short. But it's great to be back and see a lot more faces this time. First off, congratulations, Vicente. I look forward for us working together at Watsonville High. Okay, so Monday was my first student core advisory meeting of the year, which is a group led by Dr. Contreras that consists of me and about 10 other student leaders from the different high schools in the district. This is our second year having this group, and the purpose is to create and refine policies in our district based on the experiences of students themselves. Last year, we helped create the substitute teacher training handbook, and this year we're tackling the phone policy and a new homework policy for high schools in our district. We meet 12 times a year, 6 with our core group, which is 10 students, and then 6 meetings with our larger group that consists of 40. Okay, so yesterday I met with the Inter-High Council, which is made up of ASB students from Watsonville, PV, and Aptos High School, as well as representatives from Renaissance and New School. This was our second meeting this year, and like last time, we discussed events and news from each school, along with issues that have been present. After that, I did a walkthrough of the board agenda with the students and helped familiarize them with what a board agenda looks like and the differences between action items and reports and consent items. And this was done in preparation for future meetings where we will discuss items on the board prior to these meetings in order to help me bring their concerns and views to the board. Okay, so now back to the updates from the schools. I'm pretty sure all high schools in the district have back to school night tomorrow, which will be fun. And the different schools talked about their plans they have for that and activities. Watsonville, PV, and Aptos are also preparing for their homecoming dances, which are coming up in a few weeks. And Watsonville, as usual, is going to be doing their parade, and they're starting to build floats. And they're also currently gearing up for their first home football game and the food day sale, which will be next week. PV High is do I have a timer? Okay, sorry about that. Now, PV High is having a Patriot Spirit Day tomorrow in memory of 9/11, as well as a food drive, which will be cool. And I should mention that PV students did share an issue of a lack of water refilling stations at their school, and that they only have one, but it's in the cafeteria, which is not accessible outside of lunch and break. Continuing, Aptos had their club rush today and also has started a new tradition before football games called the Helm Kickoff Party, which promotes student spirit with games and different fun activities, along with everyone's favorite, pizza. Renaissance is taking a different approach to their new ASB, which is their largest group, I should mention, to date. And they've opted towards having a sort of forum rather than the traditional elected positions like president, vice president, and secretary. And then there's a slight concern they are having, though, in terms of the staff to student ratio. And this is about like the readiness and response times of staff members when there's like altercations and making sure there's a person there. And last but not least, New School is having a good start to their year and has some field trips coming up. And then lastly, I want to thank Trustee Flynn for mentioning this, but as a Wildcat and representative of all students in the district, I feel it's important that I talk about address the situation that occurred after last Friday's football game at Aptos High. I believe this is a great opportunity for us to come together and see some restorative practices to help reconcile what should be a healthy rivalry between Watsonville and Aptos High. I know last year we were able to improve security measures during the games after an incident that happened in the beginning of the season, and I hope now we can work on improving the sportsmanship of our teams in order to prevent things like this from happening again. That's about it for this week, and I look forward to working with the rest of the board and Dr. Contreras to finding solutions to these problems. And as always, like Vicente said, I encourage all students to reach out to me, student_trustee@pvusd.net. And thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Okay, I'll try to keep mine short as well. I had the agenda setting committee and as well as a site visit at Landmark. And I just also wanted to touch on recent events. So recently, some of our students were involved in a situation where their behavior did not reflect the values we strive to uphold as a school community. But as adults, especially the adults in this room, we must ask ourselves, what example are we setting for them? If we want our students to be respectful, thoughtful, and reasonable in their speech and actions, then we must demonstrate those values here and now. I'm asking everyone, regardless of opinion, to rise to that standard. That means listening without interrupting, disagreeing without shouting, and treating every person with dignity. Our students are watching. Okay, now I will move us on to the approval of the agenda. Do we have any public speakers to that item?
We have one, Brenda Denise.
I just wanted to speak to the approval of the agenda because I would really appreciate if the board president would reaffirm your commitment to hearing all voices who wish to speak during public comments. I think that there's a lot of people who have a lot to say, and you as board members only get to hear sometimes what is brought to you, and sometimes what the district brings to you is their side of what they believe is in the best interest of the district. And so if we're not talking to each other in between these meetings, we need to have time during these meetings before decisions are made. And I know that sometimes you say it's late and we can't make decisions when it's too late. Well, drink a Red Bull, they will help. But yeah, I've been meeting with some board members in the meantime, and I just really want to see this board listen to all voices and expand public comments. And I'm a little concerned with the special board meeting after this as well, because there's not really much information. And my fear is that you guys are going to go in some direction where you're like, but look, we have this special board meeting after we've made decisions where we'll listen to you then. And I think it's important that we're listened to before you make decisions, and we're respected enough to have you consider our viewpoints when you're having your deliberations on things that impact us and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move approval of the agenda with one modification, pulling 11:18. My preference would be to put it at the end of action items, but if that's not
We can
appropriate,
pull
I'm
that
okay
from
on the other.
consent agenda and vote on that. You know,
Right.
with the deferred consent.
But does it have to go to deferred, or can it go into action items so that it becomes 9:11? It has to go to deferred. It has to go deferred? Okay. Then that's my motion to pull it to deferred. Thank you.
Yeah, so your motion is to approve the agenda as is, and then when we get to consent.
Except
we
for that
can-
one item.
When we get to
Oh,
consent,
Okay.
yeah.
Got it.
So your motion is to approve the agenda
Yes.
as is. Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 5002. Okay, I now move us on to approval of our August 20th, 2025 board meeting minutes. Do we have any speakers to this item? Okay, do I have a motion to
Move
approve?
approval?
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 5002. Thank you. And now we do not have a report out of closed session because we will need to reconvene. So we will come back to that after we're able to reconvene. So that now moves us on to item 7.1, public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address issues that are not on our agenda for this evening. Please know that though the Brown Act prohibits the board from engaging in discussion for non-agendized items, we are listening. Do we have any comments tonight, and how many do we have? Okay, so I would like to make a motion to reduce to 1 minute so that we can hear everybody speak. Mm-hmm. 23. Yes. So I make a motion to give everyone 1 minute for public comment. Do I have a second? Okay, so are we proceeding with our 2 minutes each, and we're stopping at 20 minutes or
Can I
30
amend,
minutes?
can I amend that motion to a minute and a half? Split the difference.
Okay. Does she have a second? She has a motion to approve one and a half. So we have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Question?
Yes?
So what's the maximum time?
1 minute and a half.
About the maximum time.
30 minutes for non-agendized.
I think if we, with the calculation, it should be right around 30 minutes. So I think we should be able to hear everybody.
I typically allow it to go over anyway, so yeah. So we already had four. Trustee Turley, were you in? Okay, so that motion passes 5002. So now we will proceed with public comment. Each speaker will have a minute and a half.
We have Jessica Campos, Azalea Lopez, Yahit Camarillo, Rosa Gonzalez, Bill Beecher, and Elvira Cuevas.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jessica Campos, and I'm a student at Cesar Chavez Middle School. I want to speak on behalf of our school counselors. I say that each school should stay with having 2 counselors. I Only having one counselor would cause many consequences. One being that our students will not be seen immediately. That is scary because of everything that is happening in our community. Counselors take care of a lot. They take care of schedules, organizing large field trips to universities, kids that are in danger of failing, and kids that are going through a crisis. Only having one counselor would take away opportunities for kids, and kids having a crisis might not get the help they need right away. This would be devastating given that this year alone we have already lost 3 students in PVUSD to suicide.
Good evening, board members. My name is Azelia Lopez and I am a student at Cesar Chavez Middle School. We should have 2 counselors because we only had one in, it would impact the kids. Kids going through stuff, a crisis wouldn't be able to reach out right away. Because the counselors would be busy with other kids, students may also not be able to get enough help choosing class, preparing for college, or exploring career options. Students may also feel there's no adult at school who has time to listen to them. Keeping our 2 counselors would be these opportunities open. Please don't close another door on us. Thank you for listening.
Good evening, board members. My name is Yai Camarillo Regosa, and I am a student at Cesar Chavez Middle School. I am here in support of having 2 counselors at the middle schools. I believe we should have 2 counselors because some kids need help now. If we are left with 1 counselor, that would mean that our peace spot would not be open for daily support. For example, if that 1 counselor were to be sick or had a meeting, the peace pod would be closed. Unlike now, the peace pod is always open because we have 2 counselors. The peace pod is a safe space for many students. It gives us a place where we can make friends and we can talk to a counselor if we need help. So I urge you to consider keeping our 2 counselors on our site. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rosa Gonzalez, and I'm here from the NAMI. NAMI is the National Alliance for Mental Illness, and La Alianza Nacional de la Salud Mental. NAMI is a great nonprofit organization that teaches about mental health to families. I'm trying to make this really short. We are going to have a symposium. The most important thing is that we're going to be having a symposium in Spanish only at the Pajaro Middle School. The symposium will be having a panel of families that will have a lived experience with their loved ones with mental health. And we also have peers that will be talking about their experiences with mental health, depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress, schizophrenia. This event will be Saturday, September 27th at Pajaro Middle School between 10 and 3. This will only be in Spanish. We don't have childcare, and we are hoping to have about 100 families come out here. We will be having a resource tables and provide information regarding mental health. Again, NAMI is the National Alliance for Mental Illness, La Alianza Nacional de la Salud Mental. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Elvira Cuevas. I'm a special education teacher. I'm here to advocate for the counselors. The impact of cutting counselors at any site would be negative. Having 1 counselor per site limits the amount of quality support they can provide per student. It would not be a wise decision to split counselors at 2 sites. I have been split into 2 sites myself. The split model does not work. I also want to address the contract language and criteria used for displacement, reassignments, and transfer process. I want to advocate for a process that is fair and equitable for all employees. Using program needs, for example, from CELPA as a criteria leaves a lot of room for unfair labor practices that are seen as discriminatory. In my case, the district changed the language for my displacement process multiple times, calling it displacement and later turning it into reassignment. that did not follow any seniority criteria. I was the teacher with the most seniority, over 26 years, yet they reassigned me and split me between two sites, Cesar Chavez and Naples Junior High, leaving me with the most challenging caseload. The district argues that the decision was based on program needs, even when the parents of my students wrote a petition to CELPA and the superintendent asking for me to remain at Cesar Chavez full-time as I was the only bilingual special education teacher. General education teachers and other staff also questioned this decision and advocated for me. All recommendations were ignored. Now that I'm split, the burden of not having me full-time at Cesar Chavez is tremendously impacting my students who have been placed in mainstream classes with very limited support. Thank you.
Good evening, Bill Beecher, here to speak about improving academic performance. You have the slides in front of you. This is a novel approach, and it's called getting the most with the least effort, kind of utilitarianism. So you go for the largest group with the worst achievement. That's the first generation Latino and Mixteco speakers. That's about 40% of our student body. So for first generation Latinos and Latinas, provide Spanish Sesame Street before and after school. It helps them develop their Spanish skills early on. Provide Babbel or something equivalent, English for Spanish speakers. For Mixteco speakers, provide English Sesame Street before and after school. Hire persons who speak Mixteco and English as aides. It's a better job than working in the fields. And last for them is work with Centro Binacional, and I won't go through the rest of it. They have a program for Santa Rita School in Salinas. They're working with us now. And Michael, we're going to meet at the end of the month to find out what they're doing in their after-school program. Lastly is a buddy system that's used over in the Central Valley. You use bilingual students to aid other students. It's a twofer. It helps both. The ones that are bilingual actually become better students because they have to teach. So, big win with minimal cost. Thank you.
Brenda Ortiz Hurtado, Veronica Fernandez, Erica Gomez, Graciela Diaz Lorenco, Noel Brand.
Can I ask Trustee Navarro that when you're calling people forward, that you pause the time so that it's a solid 30 minutes? Thank you. As people are coming up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brenda Ortiz Hurtado. I'm the counselor at Lakeview Middle School. I would like to start by giving a moment of silence because today is a World National Suicide Prevention Day, and I want to acknowledge those who have died by suicide. Thank you. I'm here today to speak on the importance of having two school counselors at every middle school. Currently, I'm the only school counselor at Lakeview, and I know you all are discussing about the effective school solutions, and supposedly, I'm supposed to have a wellness coach at my school, but that person has not been there at all. She was there the first day, and she hasn't been there ever since then. I had to be away for my grandma's funeral, and there was nobody that could support the students. Like a student from Cesar Chavez mentioned, who's gonna be there when somebody gets sick, and who was there when I was not there and the wellness coach was not there. So I just want to speak from the heart and ask you all to please be transparent. You know, we're humans. I want all of us to work together. Maybe we can all have a restorative conversation, because every time I watch the board meeting, it feels very tense, and we should all be working together because everybody is here to support students and families. So please consider having 2 full-time counselors at every middle school. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Veronica Fernandez. I'm a counselor at Cesar Chavez Middle School. I want you to take this into account. 7 out of the 9 middle school counselors grew up in this very community. We know the people that we serve because we are part of them. For over a decade, and under the leadership of Murray Scheckman and Ferris Sabah, we've worked to unify our school systems and create equitable resources for all middle schools. Counselors have been at the heart of that work since 2010, but recent leadership turnover has disrupted our ability to collaborate. Our counselor leaders have not had one single meeting with the counselors to discuss systems and provide updates this school year. Because of this, the referrals to our community partners are not going through, and we have to resort to old-fashioned way, paper and pencil referrals. This hurts our students. We serve our most vulnerable students, those who are doubled up in homes from migrant families and dealing with constant instability. We are the ones families trust when they don't speak the language or understand the systems. We are the main communicators between families and administrators. Yesterday, myself and 2 colleagues and several parents from my class logged on to a SELPA Community Advisory Committee meeting at 6 p.m. via Zoom. The meeting was a ghost meeting. We were left in the Zoom waiting room, sitting in front of a computer screen that said this meeting was scheduled for September 16th. Once again, this was another failed attempt for families and parents to be a part of decision-making process. Please be transparent with us and include our communities in the decision-making process.
Good evening, Board. My name is Graciela Diaz Lourenco. I'm here to speak about dual language programs. I've been a dual language teacher for over 20 years here in the district. The last 2 years, I've been at the district office under Michael Berman as the TOSA for supporting the expansion and strengthening the dual language program in our district. And I am no longer in this position. Right? I am back in the classroom because that position was no longer supported. And now all the dual language teachers are without a support. We do not have a guide. Michael Burma is the only one in the district office who truly understands dual language program. I would like to see the board go see your programs at your sites, and if you don't have any in your area, please ask why. The next CABE meeting for our local chapter will be December 4th. We would like to invite the whole community, especially the board members, to attend. The conference will be in March 4th through 7th in San Francisco. I would really like to see HR, human resources there, recruiting, understanding what it takes to be a dual language teacher. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Noelle Brand. I'm a teacher at Cesar Chavez Middle School, and I would like to speak on keeping 2 counselors at our middle school sites. I'm actually going to read a student's letter who was unable to make it tonight, and she asked if I could please read this for her. Dear Board of Education, I'm an enrolled student at Cesar Chavez Middle School as an 8th grade student. The talk about having less counselors or having our counselors as part-time has come to my attention. Not having 2 counselors will affect our school in many different ways. School counselors help and provide our students with social and emotional help, finding our career path, and creating a positive school environment for all. Our counselors provide a safe environment for students to talk to during school hours. If our counselors weren't here on a day when a student is having a hard time during class, they wouldn't have help with their situation, and it might make things worse. If we didn't have a counselor to help us find our career path in life or the perfect school for our academic preference, we could go down the wrong path for our education. Without our counselors, we would have a hard time making choices in life and a hard time with our emotional state of mind. They also help us with our grades in class and help us in how we can raise our grades or get extra credit in order for us to get higher grades. They give us advice at how to stay at a higher grade level. They help us succeed in our classes and help us promote. Please consider my letter before making your final decision with our counselors. We need our counselors to succeed in school life, and not having them or having them only part-time can affect everything. Please keep 2 counselors at our middle school sites. Thank you. Sincerely, Isabel Medina.
Wendy San Juan, Carolyn West, Chris Viacanja, Elva Montes, Richard A. Sanchez, and Ben Garrison.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Contreras, and the community that showed up today. My name is Wendy San Juan. I'm a school counselor at Edward A. Hall Middle School, and I've been working in this district for about 20 years. School counselors and our community voices have been left out of all the planning that is emerging from people who lack the knowledge and skills in mental health or school counseling. True leaders build a community of trust. True leaders align values and visions with the teams they work with. True leaders inspire a shared vision. They make people feel strong, capable, and committed. True leaders share power, not hog it. True leaders, they acknowledge that people accomplish more together than apart. They listen deeply to others through collective dialogue. Credibility matters, and right now, that is at stake. We ask that you bring us to the table for further discussion in regards to the strategic plan for school counseling, MTSS, and mental health supports in this district. Together, we can meet the needs of our students, our community, and our staff. I look forward to seeing our next district-wide counselor meeting on the books very soon because we have not met with anyone. Thank you.
Hello, respected trustees, President Flores, and Superintendent Contreras. As a reminder, I'm Carolyn West, the nurse. The most senior in more ways than one of the school nurses. I had intended to email each of you in regards to the information I provided at our last meeting, but this month went by really fast. Were you able to look over any of it? Yeah. I'll email you still. This isn't a quiz. Since we last spoke, I'm getting familiar with my two middle schools that are new to me. I'm missing my elementary school that I lost. Go Hawks. Woo! Most days I'm at 2 to 3 schools, conducting health assessments, testing for IEPs, training new health assistant, training a new instructional aide in a medical procedure, responding to staff and administration requests regarding students with health concerns, providing support and guidance to our newer nurses, communicating with providers in regards to orders, records, training staff and emergency responses appropriate to their role, coordinating with public health and our fellow school nurses within the other districts in our county. And that does not include documenting everything that I just told you. So that's just talking about it. As the mind and body are connected, within my role, I often come into contact with students experiencing mental health concerns. And this is where our counselors have great importance, and I will address that when I speak next. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Chris Viacanja, and I'm a 2-3 combo teacher at Hall District Elementary. I'm bringing forth some key concerns of Hall District. Our Friday planning time has been consumed by mandatory letters and DIBELS training. This eliminates our planning time and our time to collaborate with our colleagues. Teachers at Hall and also Radcliffe have been directed to begin piloting the 95% curriculum on October 1st. We have not been given dedicated time to learn or plan for this new program, and many teachers did not attend the training due to a lack of available subs. And yet we are expected to somehow catch up and implement it starting October 1st. The impacts of this are teachers are working extensive hours outside of our contract time. Because we're stretched thin and rushed, planning time is suffering, which directly affects our students. The increased stress and strain on us is not sustainable, and it's leading to burnout. Our requested actions: restore more protected weekly planning time for teachers. Provide release time to learn and prepare for the 95% curriculum before implementation. We all want what's best for students, and I urge the district and board to make immediate adjustments so that our students and our teachers can be successful. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, board members. My name is Elva Montez, and I'm here to speak about the battery energy storage, the BEST plans. The lithium storage batteries that are planned to be built on Dominican Hospital, Freedom Boulevard across from Aptos High, and at 90 Minto Road next to College Lake, 500 feet from Diamond Estates neighborhoods, 750 feet away from the Shapiro Knolls Affordable House Plan complex. The 90 Minto Road BEST is planned for a 14 to 16 acre site equivalent to 10 to 12 football fields on existing apple orchard, 500 feet from the Diamond Estates neighborhood and 700 feet from the Shapiro Knolls Affordable House Complex. You know, it is located next to multiple schools, farms, and businesses. 9 schools are within the 2-mile radius of the proposed industrial scale. It's flammable and explosive, the lithium-ion batteries. And Amesti Elementary School is less than 1 mile away. Currently, the road is very narrow, and if there was an explosion and firefighters and ambulance drivers would have to go through there, it would be a very narrow road.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the reason I came up here is just that I want board members to realize this and
Thank
for
you.
the audience to realize
Thank you.
not to let the storage battery be here.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ben Garrison. I'm a teacher at EA Hall Middle School. So as teachers, we're no strangers to long workdays, and no time's busier than the beginning of the school year when we're putting procedures and routines into place and setting expectations for the whole year. That's why I believe the district's plan for professional development that takes teachers away from their classrooms during this time is poorly planned. Many of my colleagues have missed days of school to attend district-mandated trainings. Some colleagues, including our new principal, have missed 4 days of school already for these trainings. The staff and students who stay behind at schools during these trainings feel the effects of the staff shortage. Teachers have to substitute on their prep period. Students have substitutes for multiple classes in a single day. And there's not enough supervision to keep our school safe and to keep our school culture well running. I don't believe that my colleagues would complain about attending trainings, but all of them that I've spoken to have said they disagree with the timing of this trainings because it's taking them away from their classrooms during this critical time of the school year. I gave the same feedback to our principal, and I know that multiple other teachers have mentioned it, and I asked her to relay the message to the district leaders who are planning these trainings. What we would like to see is better communication from the district so that our teachers are asked ahead of time for their input as to the timing of these trainings. And we also want to see that adequate planning is done to make sure that our classrooms have sub coverage so that our colleagues are not forced to give up their prep period to sub. When district leaders make these decisions, I believe they would make it, don't think they would ever make those if they could feel the impact at the school level. It appears that the district's disconnected from the reality at our schools, and I'd like to see better communication. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Richard Sanchez, and I'm a retired bilingual counselor and teacher for the district of 45 years. So I'm here to present and to support our counselors and the needs of our community and our parents and students. Okay. Counselors are our core support position, the glue in building confidence as a diplomat in working with schools, community, in progress, in programs, and in services. We bring everyone together to work together. Okay. Counselors' importance is in guiding schools, parents, school staff in recognizing and planning support to meet our students' needs, either being education, special ed, whatever. We're there to work as the team, not individually. Okay, the many of the concerns and services that we do is social and emotional support, academic support, vocational support, military awareness support, college planning, and other opportunities as a counselor. The counselor fills in many of the gaps that administrators and teachers do not fill. We kind of come in and develop and build and bring them in later because of their responsibilities and also their calendars.
Thank
So,
you.
Okay?
Thank
Well,
you.
Okay, thank you.
Omar Dieguez, Mrs. Romero, Chris Webb, Aaron Johnson, Barbie Marchesalt, and Valeria Che.
Hi, you guys. My name is Erin. I just want to pray a blessing over you. Father, thank you for tonight. Thank you for your goodness. Thank you for each trustee, for our superintendent, for our assistant superintendents. I ask your blessing on them, God. Thank you for their sacrifice of time for the kids of PVUSD, for their families and this community. Protect them, God, and give them wisdom. I'm hearing tonight from the counselors and from some of the students that there is a real need as far as mental health goes in the community, and my heart is burdened for that. And Father, I lift up the students to you that need help. And I don't know what the answer is, but you are the God of solutions. And I pray for those solutions, God. I pray that you would care for them in creative ways and provide. And Father, I want to lift up Omar. I don't know his last name, but I saw an article on the Lookout about his hunger strike. And I think what he's doing, bringing awareness to the harmfulness of pesticides in our community is good. And even though the pesticides are regulated, I believe it's better to find alternative farming practices. So Father, I pray that you would strengthen Omar's body for as long as he is doing this fast. And I pray that Driscoll's would convert more of their land to organic land because of his efforts. In Jesus' name, amen.
Coming out of the effective school boards training, I feel like there's maybe some leaders who think that like now it's like, okay, rubber stamp anything. And that's kind of not the message I got. I think one thing I would remind everybody about district leadership, the board, is that the entire training was predicated on integrity. And many of you are new. And when you came in, the district already had some doubt on that area. And I would just invite you to make sure your actions are bolstering integrity and not undermining it. And I think that's what a lot of people are getting at. So a couple of behaviors I think that we should make sure get changed from adults would be like, don't gaslight people, right? Don't tell them their reality. Like a lot of them have been here longer. Don't try and tell that, like, especially with me and Renaissance stuff, I feel it. Other people, different things, they feel it. Genuinely collaborate. Like everybody will be better if we do that. Also, part of that is just having stakeholder informed decisions, and we'll get better decisions. There won't be as much tensions and stuff if we do that. Also, I just think about that and like in light of what happened with Renaissance, where like we go through this displacement process as a district, then surprise, Renaissance, you get the surprise displacements. And I think like the one lesson I take out of all that is that like everybody stakeholders, fight for your programs, okay? Fight for your programs. And if you think like being a favorite or something is gonna help you, you know what? They cut those people too. And some of those people, they left because they realized there are numbers on a spreadsheet. Fight for your programs. Thank you.
Hey, y'all. It's been a hot minute. Missed a couple meetings, but I've been keeping up. I watch them, so I'm excited to be with you again. Bobby, I'm a parent, I'm a teacher, I'm also a community member in trustee area 4. I think it's worthwhile if some of us share where we come from because anybody can speak here, but it's good to know who has a vested interest, as there are those who've been showing up from out of the area for very political reasons, calling us communists and activists. And these activists back here are the people who I see investing in our schools on a regular basis. And so I think that's important to recognize. Congrats, Desi. It's the first chance I've had to say that to you. Super proud and super stoked for you and to see what you got going this year. SROs, I know we talked a little about that. Thank you for starting the policy that you've been working on. I want to encourage us to continue that work. One of the things I keep hearing that we lose mental health clinicians, and my concern maybe in that policy I should say, if that's a key part, if we lose a mental health clinician, we should also lose the officer until there is a health clinician to be on site with them again. I want to suggest that. The board training you're doing, thank you for doing that. I know that's important. Good work to do. I also hope that you're going into it, not taking everything at face value, but being critical thinkers as well. Same with the FICMAC stuff, right? Like all of it, what are the tools we can use, but how do we also question what we're hearing? And the last thing I want to say is I think you saved about 13 minutes by cutting our time tonight. You were more than 13 minutes late getting out here. I know that there's work you have to do. I get that, but I'm sorry, like please, President Flores, we've had great conversations. I appreciate, I've gone to bat for you at times. Please stop silencing us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a teacher at A Hall Middle School, and I'd like to know where Trustee Daniel Dodge is. And I'd like to thank Trustee Carrasco for attending their back to school night. That was nice to hear. And I'm wondering where Trustee Daniel Dodge was for our back to school night. So, and then I'm also standing here in solidarity with our counselors. Our students deserve them and need them, especially now. I would like to also know what's the district doing to support the push for non-pesticides in our district and farming around our schools and families who you guys push to care for them so much. So I'd like to know. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This map that, first of all, I want to thank the creator for allowing me to be here, day 10 of my hunger strike. This map right here shows all the fields around our schools that are in red where pesticides are being sprayed. There are over 13 schools in our district where pesticides are being sprayed. It is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. This map right here, every single pin you see here is a child suffering from cancer. If you notice, Watsonville and Salinas, we have the highest rate of childs suffering from cancer. So the next time you go to a luncheon with Driscoll's and they're offering you gifts, or Driscoll's is donating money, I hope you stand in solidarity with these children that are suffering from cancer. It's been going on for too long. There needs to be change. We need to protect our students, our farm workers, our community, our earth. It's been going on for too long. I also want to back up our counselors. One of the most important roles of a school, I like to think of them as a bridge between faculty and students. We need more mentors, more counselors. Please protect our students.
Good evening, President, Dr. Contreras, and the board. I'm just reading a letter from a mom that had to leave. I'm Patricia Sotarello from Cesar Chavez Middle School, VAPA art teacher, and here's the letter. I am Miss Romero, mother of a student at Cesar Chavez Middle School. Yesterday, I logged onto a meeting regarding special ed services. The meeting link never allowed anyone enter, including myself. I tried. It is important that the district listen to us, even when we write to you and try to give recommendations. The district finds a way to ignore us. Please stop cutting special ed support and staff for our special ed students. Why did you decide to mainstream my SDC child? And why did you cut the SDC program at Cesar Chavez Middle School? Thank you.
Does that conclude public comment? Okay, thank you. Now we will move on to item 8.1. These are employee organization comments. This is a time to hear from our employee organizations. Each will have 5 minutes. We will start with PVFT.
All right, we'll see if 5 minutes is enough tonight. So I can't start my comments tonight without calling out and condemning the horrific act of political violence that was committed today against a conservative commentator. Violence and hatred are wrong, no matter who the victim is, and we have to be able to talk to each other and disagree without harboring hatred and anger. Our students and children are growing up in one of the scariest times in world history. Globalized warfare has become the norm, and we are all victims of a system that puts profits over people, where we are pitted against each other by the economic elite to the degree where we can hardly govern ourselves in a school board meeting. Referring to the assassination earlier today, I did go online and I was one of those people who saw the actual video today. And it's really scary that some of the most disturbing things imaginable are all accessible within a split second. And our students have access to all of this as well. Many of our students are given a smartphone when they're 4th grade, 3rd grade even. And while other districts are leading the way, adopting cell phone policy, our district is silent on that. And so we want to know if you're willing to work with us on that, because these are dangerous times. And in these dangerous times, we have to prioritize the mental health of our students. But what is the leadership in this district trying to do? They're trying to outsource Tier 1 mental health supports to Effective School Solutions, all while you've eliminated 3 FTE worth of counselors at our middle schools. Dr. Contreras will even tell you that these services from Effective School Solutions are for Pajaro Middle School, which is interesting because that's a site that only has 1 counselor right now. Why are we spending $90,000 on an outside agency when we could just go hire a counselor like we've had in the past? The district has no plan. Our leaders are failing to bring us together and meet the needs of our students. While our members are in the classrooms and at school sites, rolling up our sleeves, doing everything we can to support our students, the leaders of this district are still reviewing the job duties and job descriptions and waiting to see if we burst at the seams. We continue to have people leave this district, and not because they're leaving because it's too expensive to live here. They're leaving because they have not been respected and included in the decisions and the impact that impact our students and our workload. Even for that community advisory committee meeting to be advertised for yesterday as a venue for our community to have a say in special ed decisions. Sorry, they show up and it's just a blank Zoom. And so you all as board members need to have a critical eye in what this district is actually doing, because they're not the leaders that you think they are, and they can't do this job without us. We filed a grievance on the district's unfair labor practice and bypassing the layoff process to eliminate counselors, program specialists, nurses, and psychologists, and the impact of the district restructuring their workloads for these groups. And instead of working with us and recognizing the facts as they are, at the advice of their attorneys, who last year you guys spent close to $500,000 on, you're digging in your heels and you're claiming that you haven't restructured any of our workloads. Really? Because I think we would tell you a much different story. And you also say that it's within your right to eliminate these positions. But this school board last February voted to preserve counselors. And so here the district is eliminating these positions and rejecting our grievance that we filed. So you will hear from us soon. we submitted a demand to bargain on the district's impacts of the implementation of letters training, pilots, curriculums, and instead of being met as equal partners, the district ignored our right to bargain and said that PD was within their purview and that they can basically do what they want because they're just responding to state mandates. When, if it impacts our workload, we have the right to bargain that. We shouldn't be limited to, right now, we've only had one 30-minute meeting since school started with the entire cabinet. Where our superintendent meetings are being canceled. We're having less access when we need to have more access. The only way for us to solve these problems is to do so together. And if you vote to agree to that contract for effective school solutions, you're actually helping us make our case for an unfair labor practice because you're supplanting our work. When our members reach out to ask for meetings with human resources and our superintendent to share what it is our lived experiences are, they're rejected and dismissed and told, don't worry, we have it. We're reviewing the job descriptions. Why would you dismiss over 74 years of experience when you can be working with us and learning how we can better our outcomes for our students together? I want you all to know that I might be intense, but I've also committed to not just going scorched earth and not coming up here and yelling and badgering you all. And I want to work with you. The PVFT wants to work with you. And please respect us enough to listen to our experience and expertise and trust that we're here to put the students first and work with us.
Thank you. Do we have anyone here from CSEA? Seeing none, I'll move us on to 8.3 CWA. Do we have anyone here from CWA? Okay. Do we have anyone from PVAM?
I want to bend this. Good evening, President Flores, trustees, and Dr. Contreras. My name is Chrissy McLean. I'm the Director of Equity, Federal and State Programs, and welcome also community. I'm happy today to speak about PVAM. So this year in Pajaro Valley Unified, our theme is both simple and powerful. Be kind. And what I see from the classroom to the boardroom is that kindness is not just a slogan, it is an opportunity to be lived through the way our leaders plan, act, and stay accountable for student success. And there are many different examples of that I want to speak to this evening. First off, we're celebrating powerful milestones like the reclassification of English learners. The LCAP results arrived a little earlier than prior years, and sites were able to already have 411 students able to be reclassified, which is double the amount at the same time last year. And these numbers will likely increase as we calculate our incoming reading assessment, STAR assessment for EL reclassification. Behind these results lies the kindness of preparation and teamwork, teachers, staff, and administrators adjusting to early results, supporting one another, and ensuring students were quickly reclassified as close to the beginning of the year as possible. Thank you, everyone. Our principals and site leaders are modeling kindness through presence and consistency. They are the rocks of their schools, working tirelessly, managing systems, and setting culture alongside their staff and teachers. Their leadership extends beyond the school day, showing up at Friday night football games, standing shoulder to shoulder with families even on weekends, and reminding students that they are valued. At the district level, administrators are demonstrating kindness through school site partnership, honesty, and courage. In our shared work with GREAT on their behalf, the Effective School Board Solutions, leaders bravely confronted the ways we sometimes, even subconsciously, create barriers to student outcomes. With vulnerability and unity, we committed to removing those barriers because, as the book reminds us, we cannot change outcomes for students unless we are willing to change ourselves. That honesty is true kindness in action. Be kind. And our commitment does not stop at reflection. It extends into action. Across the district, administrators are embracing data cycles, looking at Look in the LPAC work, look at the district level and our SIPSA work and at school sites. Leaders are using data not as a burden, but as a tool of kindness, a way to stay accountable to goals, measure progress, and ensure every decision moves us closer to equity and achievement for all students. Our classified managers demonstrate the same commitment, improving systems, responding quickly, and making sure our campuses are cared for and safe. They remind us that kindness is also about consistency and follow through. Trustees, your role is vital in this story. Your commitment to effective school board solutions, policies, systems, and resources that prioritize equity and student achievement, those create the conditions for our leaders to succeed. When leadership is consistent, student outcomes improve. As Paulo Freire said, education is an act of love, and thus an act of courage. In Pajaro Valley Unified, that love and courage show up daily as kindness through presence, honesty, accountability, and teamwork. From the classroom to the boardroom, kindness is shaping a culture where leaders grow, schools thrive, and students soar. So tonight, I want to honor our leaders, all of our PVAM, our principals, district administrators, any manager that I forgot to mention, for showing that kindness is strong, focused, and courageous. Together, we are building the systems, accountability, and culture that ensure every student in Pajaro Valley Unified has the opportunity to succeed. And before I close, I want to extend an invitation. I have 40 seconds. On Saturday, September 20th, we will gather for our half-day family conference at EA Hall Middle School. The theme will be communication, and it will showcase the very best of our community's kindness in action. We'll have presentations on special education, 504 plans, literacy, family engagement. We'll have folks from the Diversity Center. We'll also have folks from volunteering, filling out childcare safety plans, so please send as many families as possible, and there's more. But what inspires me most is that so many of our principals and PVAM managers give their Saturday mornings to make this event a success, greeting families, building connections, and ensuring that our schools remain places of welcome and belonging. It is a beautiful example of kindness, leaders, educators, families, and community partners all coming together to learn, support, and grow. So I invite all of you to come to the family engagement, to the family conference at EA Hall. It'll be a celebration of what makes Pajaro Valley Unified strong: kindness, collaboration, and a shared commitment to our students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now I will move us on to our action items. We will start with 9.1, our 2024-2025 unaudited actuals report. This report will be presented by Douglas Kreinzer, our consultant.
Well, good evening. Oh, that's right. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Contreras, members of Cabinet and audience. Tonight, I am presenting the 24-25 unaudited actuals. And again, my name is Douglas Kreinzer, and I'm from Ryland Strategic Business Consulting. Oh, good. So I'll be going just a quick overview of what the unaudited actuals pertain to, go over financial highlights, the general fund revenue and expense categories, the education protection account, contributions from the unrestricted general fund, the general fund activity and reconciliation, the fund group summaries, as well as next steps, and then of course address any questions. And as if you have any questions during the presentation, please feel free to ask. You don't have to wait until the end. And again, this is just really a summary of what was already included in the close to 200-page document, which included the narrative, summary schedules, and the state forms. So the 24-25 unaudited actuals, the report reflects the district's financial activity during the year and the district's financial position as of June 30th, 2025. The unaudited actuals also contain the detailed supplemental information concerning the district's activity. Ed Code requires the districts to close that districts close their books by September 15th of each year of the preceding year. And this information is sent to Santa Cruz County Office of Ed as well as CDE for their review. And I'll be going into the highlights. So the average daily attendance for 24-25 was was 13,696. However, due to declining enrollment, the district was funded on 14,626 ADA, and that was pretty much an average of the prior 3 years. Average daily attendance adjusted for a couple items, but for the most part, the prior 3 years average. And that's a recent change that happened, a few years ago to help districts mitigate the impacts of declining enrollment. During the year, property taxes received amounted to about 102.6 million, which is an increase of about 7 million from the prior year. And of this amount, 11.1 million represented property tax net should shift to charter schools. So per ed code, school districts must apportion a portion of their property taxes to charter schools as well to help with, cash flow, since they don't receive property taxes. And please note that any amount provided to charter schools for property taxes, the school district gets back in state aid. So it's just, we're still going to get the same number of dollars. It'll just come in different forms, either state aid, property taxes, education protection account, and so forth. The district recorded approximately $4.75 million of district operational support, which includes oversight costs from charter schools. Lottery revenue was $195 per ADA for unrestricted purposes and $88.22 for restricted purposes, which resulted about $3.3 million for unrestricted and $1.8 million for restricted. And again, this reflects the revised lottery rates that are published in July from the state in order for us to accrue on, as well as some makeup from the prior year accruals, since those accruals are always estimates. The mandated block grant relating to school districts was $38.21 and for K-8 ADA and $73.62 for 9-12 ADA, which totaled $698,000. The district's food program was self-sufficient, therefore not requiring any financial assistance from the general fund. There's many districts that I work with that they do require financial assistance, so that's definitely a big achievement that it's self-sustaining program and not requiring any financial assistance. The district received additional funds of approximately $3 million relating to CTE pathways. A portion of those funds were expended this year, with the remaining funds being carried over into subsequent years for expenditure. And except as illustrated in the contributions, which I'll go over shortly, all the other programs were self-funded. Here's a graphical representation of the general fund revenue budget, general purpose funds, and this is combined because when you look at unrestricted, it's just so, it's primarily focuses on LCFF. So as a whole, general purpose or LCFF funding was 65% of your revenues, federal 9%, other state 22%, and other local revenues 4%. For expenditures on the unrestricted side, when you look at just the unrestricted portion of the general fund, those expenditures were as follows: certificated salaries 43%, classified salaries 14%, benefits as a whole 35%. And when I say certificated and classified, I look at all of them. It's not broken out by various units or anything. It's just certificated versus, and classified with benefits rolled up in one. Books and supplies 2%, other operating expenses 5%, which includes the indirect costs because you have to have that in there, as well as other outgo at 1%. So the total amount of salaries and benefits comprise of 92% of the general fund expenditures of unrestricted. And for the combined general fund, salaries and benefits comprise of around 78%. Here's just a quick summary of how the education protection account funds were spent. The district is estimated to receive, or actually record, $13.4 million. And they spent about $12.8 million for remaining that'll be carried over to the next year of $654,000. And then charter school fund, as a combined, they received about 1.7 and spent 1.7, and had a carryover of 9,000. So no carryover going into the next year. So it's per ed code. We're supposed to disclose how those are spent every year. And during the year, you received updates and funding determinations on what that plan was to expend. So this is really just to close that circle on that one. Earlier in the presentation, I mentioned that all the programs were self-funded except for the ones that are listed in this slide. So we did have to, due to various findings during a federal program management, we did have to contribute about $247,000 to the elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund, restricted maintenance account, 10.9 million, and that's normal. It's actually required that we contribute approximately, or not approximately, at least 3% of your restricted, 3% of your total general fund expenditures and other ALCO to that fund, because what the state says is like, if we're going to give you money for school sites, you have to be able to upkeep those, keep up those school sites and not, and keep them in good working condition to protect their investment as well. And special education, practically every district has contributions to special education of 32.6 for a total of 43.9 million. Here's just a graphical representation, or not graphical, here's a chart of the general fund summary. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the unrestricted portion of the general fund actually had a slight surplus, relatively, not slight for, for everybody in this room, but relative to the budget, it was pretty much 2.5 million, which resulted in an ending fund balance of 62.5 million. Restricted had a deficit of 3.3 million. There should be no concern there, because what's been happening is districts have been receiving allocations that are spent over multiple years. So any deficit in the restricted fund is pretty much a planned deficit, because we want to be able to utilize those funds over a period of time and to provide educational opportunities to students. The combined, therefore, is 870,000 for a total fund balance of 106.8 million. Oop, wrong way, sorry. At estimated actuals, we were projecting a deficit of 4.3 million. We ended up with 2.5 million. So for a delta of around 6.8 million. And that delta is broken up by pretty much these 4 items. Additional LCFF revenue based on final funded average daily attendance of 500. Additional lottery funds over projections, 880, and that's pretty much going off of revised rates that we get in July, that we true up in July. Additional interest revenue for 412. And then this is an interesting one. So per accounting rules, districts and actually local governmental agency, all governmental agencies have to record their, they have to record any increase or loss in fair market value of their cash that's held in the county treasury. So in 23-24, the fair market value of those cash and investments was actually less than what the book value is. So kind of like think of it like money in your retirement. So you have this book value, and then you always monitor, see, okay, is it doing better or is it doing worse? Well, in 23-24, it did worse. So then the district was required to recognize that hit. Then in this year, in 24-25, it actually did better. So we were able to recoup that hit that happened in 23-24, and then recognize the fair market value of the cash and investments in for 24-25. So that was pretty much the big swing. And please note that the amount over that cash value is the book value is going to be reserved in the fund balance, because we're not going to want to spend that. I mean, it's just really an accounting entry that can be misleading at times, because you're like, oh, wow, we have that money. Well, we would if we, cash it all out as of June 30th, but we don't want to rely on that for it and to expend it and then have it go down. So that, and then there were other net adjustments of around 94,000. So pretty much the expenditures as a whole were pretty much in line with the estimated actuals. It was just those 4 big items that caused the variance, specifically the 5.1. So as I stated earlier, the fund balance was ended up with 106.8 million, and this is pretty much how it's broken out. $250,000 revolving cash, stores inventory of 26,000, prepaid expenditures 71, Legally restricted, 44.2 million. Stabilization commitment, stabilization arrangement that was approved by the board. I don't know exactly when, but it was approved by the board. So we have to keep that in there at 10.4 million. Assignments at 40.4, economic uncertainties, 10.6, with unassigned at $717,000 for a total of 106.8. And the unaudited actual packet actually has the full listing of the legally restricted, as well as all of the assignments. So, and here's just a snapshot of the fund summaries. And again, there's a lot of funds, so we just did it by fund groups. And they're all in the positive, but please note that Fund 35, the County School Services Fund, actually has a negative fund balance because we're not allowed to accrue the costs associated with the repair of Pajaro, I think middle school, right? Middle school. So we made a claim to FEMA, but we can't record those revenues until we're going to be getting those, or we're going to be getting them within a year. And that's just a governmental accounting standards board. So it's normal for it to have a negative fund balance with the knowledge that once we're going to be getting funded, then we recognize that revenue then. So for next steps, every district is to get to have their books audited every year. So the independent annual audit for 24-25 will be performed during the fall of 25. And then the first interim report comes in, which will incorporate the actual beginning balance, the actual ending balances for 24-25, which will be the 25-26 beginning balances. And that's pretty much about it. Any questions?
Okay, do we have any public speakers to this item?
Oh, or public speakers.
Bill Beecher, Brandon Denise, Chris Webb, and Barbie Montresol.
Good evening again. A lot of detail. I'm not going there. I'm going to do the 40,000 foot look. In 6 years, we've been averaging a loss of 600 students a year. That's more than one elementary school. That's more than 20% of our student body. We're supposed to be cutting teachers. If you have fewer students, you don't need as many teachers. And if you look on page 18, I know you all have it open, you'll find a comparison between this last year and this coming year. You don't see any cuts coming for teachers or for classified. And you as a board have got to start clamoring. We got to start making cuts. If we don't, the state will close us down. So if you look at page 18, revenues between last year and this coming year go down 7.7%. Expenses increase 1.4%. Wrong direction. Federal funds dropped 30% and local funds dropped 56%. Is that going to continue in the future? No comment in this text. So if we're losing more than one elementary school in student attendance each year, and we need to be cutting payroll to match, when do we see that plan? When are we going to start working on it? Are we going to listen to 2 or 3 more of these kind of presentations? We need action. You as a board have got to start asking for, when do we start working on that plan? Thank you.
Ooh, oh boy, oh boy. So I actually did dig into that budget report, and those details that Bill just overlooked are pretty important, actually. And so when you do look in those details, what you see is last year compared to this year in the unrestricted side of the house on certificated salaries, so those are the teachers, we're spending $6 million, less this year than we were last year. So in that, where's the savings? There's, look in the unrestricted, there's $6 million less that we're spending on certificated staff this year to last year. Part of that is because the school board did approve 48 point something FTE worth of layoffs, and we applied attrition, and we worked with you in trying to beat back as many of those layoffs as we can, and we were quite successful. But those are positions that were eliminated. You look at the restructuring of Renaissance, of the TOSA department. We worked with the district to try to save off layoffs. So we have been working with the district, but it shouldn't take an unfair labor practice and us demanding and going to our attorneys and you guys doing the same, when the facts are that that $6 million in savings should be put back on the table to hire the 3 counselors who were eliminated, the psychologist who was eliminated, the program specialist who was eliminated, the 2 nurses who were eliminated. We can absolutely afford to bring those positions back and to put them forward as a reduction in force in February and have us continue to work with you instead of having to go into these corners, because this is just outright outrageous that we have a surplus of $106 million. In the unrestricted side of the house, we have a surplus of $52 million when our reserve is $10 million. We owe that money to our students. And what we're asking you is $500,000 to $600,000 of the $6 million that you're saving to be put back on the table to prioritize our students' mental health and the structural integrity of our schools. I'm telling you, I get into the details. Some of our people may not. I know this budget better than some of you may know the budget. I know some of you in the district know the budget. I thank the presentation because we've had some pretty shoddy presentations in the past, but the money is there, damn it.
This board has an opportunity to restore some integrity and trust, and it would come by finally after months. Please disclose how much was spent on legal expenses when it came to trying to take our PN days, and also when was it expended? Okay, that's important. Let us know, like, to what degree this was a Rodriguez thing or a Contreras thing. I think people have a right to know. Also, like, how much have we been spending for the lawyer to be here? And then how much have we spent on lawyers when it comes to Brown Act violations? And I'm worried about those even more because of some of the more sudden changes, even just last meeting, Board President, right, where the now commenting on 3.4 or 8.1. Now you might say we're not considering them. Well, if we're not considering those items, then why are they even on the agenda? And I think the legal rationale is just against the spirit of the law. And in a court of law, I think you might lose again. Also, just total up all those legal expenses and let's just take that as the baseline for how much we're going to raise salaries. Because I feel like it's a way to correct the disrespect that's been done. Also, as a follow-up, we should have another look at the revenue generating ideas that the sustainable budget team developed. I think that'd be a good way to like get a little proactive here. Also, if we want to save money, getting back to like avoiding legal expenses, since we're very quick to move teachers around, regardless of seniority, regardless of relationships at a site, maybe instead of moving a bunch of good staff around, move the admin who are problematic and causing people to leave and causing programs to fall apart. Think about that. Thank you.
Hello again. I'm not Brandon. I don't know it inside out. And to be honest, I'm trying to wrap my head around it because all the numbers, I've been told a few times I have undiagnosed ADHD and my brain has a hard time. But I'm looking forward to hearing some of the conversation and trying to continue to wrap, because I do know it somewhat. I've been in these meetings. I will say I looked at it before I came, tried to get a handle on it. And while, yeah, there's concerns, I was kind of, and here's what I don't know what I'm not understanding, because I was a little surprised that it didn't look more negative after all the sky is falling that we've been hearing this year. And so I do have questions about that and just trying to understand that. My biggest issue that I just want to bring up in this, this item, my concern is the way things are being run at the district office, in that, if I remember correctly, and I'm always open to being corrected, this board voted to keep intervention teachers on campuses. But then what did we do? They went and reassigned them all into classrooms and got rid of them anyways, in a way that was not intended by this board in the direction the board gave. I believe the same was true about a lot of our TOSAs. Same has been true of other positions, which I'll bring up later. You're going to see me a few times tonight. I think the board needs to hold our office accountable for that, to say, hey, we voted not to get rid of these positions because we felt they were important. And yet they found a way to get rid of them, and we are seeing the difference on our sites. And I think that's just important to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will bring it back to the board for discussion and questions. Do we have any questions from the board? No, no questions from the board. Okay, well, I will look for a motion.
I move approval.
A second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Oops. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 5002. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll be here because I have the next item too.
Now we will move on to item 9.2, Resolution 25-26-06. Again, appropriations limit for 2024, 25, 25, 26. Again, amendment report will be presented by Doug Kranzer.
Okay, great. Thank you again. So this is just a quick resolution. So every year, districts as well as other all local governments need to set a resolution stating whether or not appropriations need to be increased based on their expenditures and revenue received, as well as population growth. And in this case, it's the district. It's the district enrollment, which measures that population growth. So when it was all said and done, it's really just numbers generated from the software. No appropriation increase was needed. If it was needed, we would automatically get that, and then the state would have to just lower their appropriations. It's just really, it's mainly just a notification to make sure that all the appropriations within the state of California remain, that they don't exceed total population growth. So it's just a resolution pretty much saying no appropriation necessary.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this comment, to this item?
We do not.
Okay, seeing none, do we have any discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion?
I move approval.
Thank you. I have a first. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 5002. Thank you.
Thank you.
And before we move on to item 9.3, I need to make sure our presenter is here. Okay, are we ready to go? Okay. So we now move on to item 9.3. This is our 2023-24 Measure L Bond Financial and Performance Audit Report. This report will be presented by Doug Kranzer.
So
along with Doug.
I believe I was going to present that, but then the Ahmad, the auditor, is not here quite yet. So we may just need to move that to the end. So 9.3.
Okay.
Yeah, we're finding. Yep. Yeah, here's.
So come back.
This is just the audit one.
Come back to 9.3 and 9.4 when
Yes,
our
please.
okay.
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
do
I
that.
appreciate that. Okay. Now.
Okay, so we will circle back to 9.3 and 9.4 at the end of our action items. I will now move us on to item 9.5. This is Resolution 24-25-04, adoption of resolution to issue and sell Pajaro Valley Unified School District 2025 General Obligation Bond, refunding bonds. This report will be presented by Dale Scott.
Good evening. Well, the order of these is a little mixed up. Thanks. I don't have a presentation, by the way. I'm just going to take you through the resolutions. The order is a little mixed up because usually you do the new bonds and then you do the refinancing bonds, but the refinancing bonds are first and the next resolution is for the new bond. What the resolution in front of you does is it refinances a bond that was sold by the district roughly 10 years ago under Measure L. Now, these bonds, when they go into the market and they're sold and they're purchased by investors, after a certain number of years, they can be refinanced if the interest rates work, just like you refinance a mortgage. And in this case, it does work. So what this resolution will do is refinance one particular series of bonds. It will end up providing savings of roughly $2 million. It doesn't extend the term of the loan. Those savings will then go back in the form of lower tax payments for the taxpayers. And that's pretty much it. As these refinancings come up, we will bring them in front of you. And every few years, there will be one that you'll see coming up. And it always is a matter of, does it make financial sense for the taxpayers? If it does, yes. So net of costs, we're estimating roughly $2 million of savings. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item? Trustee Navarro? 9.5. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions. Yes, Trustee Flynn?
You compared it to a mortgage. Not everybody in the room has one and may not understand how that works. So could you please make that more accessible for everybody who doesn't understand what that looks like? Thank you.
Sure. When you're selling the bonds, you're providing them to investors that want to purchase them because they're going to pay interest. Just as when you purchase a house, you have principal, and then to pay off that loan, you have interest. The interest is fixed every year, every month, or every year, depending on whether we're talking about bonds or a mortgage. You're making a payment which consists of some portion of principal and some portion of interest. The principal doesn't change, but by refinancing them and lowering the interest rate, we can reduce the payments that would be similar if you wanted to reduce your mortgage. What we're not doing here, but we may do in the future with other bonds, is we're not changing the term. Sometimes when you refinance a mortgage, you may want to say, well, I had a 30-year mortgage and I'm tired of having to pay this for the next 30 years. I'm going to turn it into a 20-year mortgage, or I'm going to turn it into a 15-year mortgage. We didn't do that. In this case, the term is the same, but we may come back in the future if the rates warrant it and actually reduce not only the interest rate, but the term as well. So those are the components which are similar from a mortgage to a bond.
Can you explain what a bond is, please?
A bond is a loan that is issued by a public agency or a corporation to investors when they are looking for funds to make capital improvements for schools, sewers, automobile plants, et cetera, et cetera. It's like a loan, except it is being sold to public investors rather than just coming from a bank.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, anytime we could save our taxpayers any money, I think that's a good thing. So do we have a motion?
I move approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 5002. Thank you. Okay, and now we'll move on to item 9.6, Resolution 25-26-02, Issuance and Sale of Pajaro Valley Unified School District General Obligation Bonds, 2024 Election, Series A, Measure M Bond Authorization, Re-Adoption of Bond Issuance Resolution. This report is also presented by Dale Scott.
Now we're to the Measure M. And some of you may recall that this resolution was actually already passed some number of months ago. It is exactly the same type of security that we just described, the bonds for the refinancing, except this is new money. This is money from the measure that was just passed by the voters in 24. The reason it is being repassed is because enough time has passed, and I'll tell you why that time has passed in a moment. Enough time has passed between the time that you originally passed that resolution to make the documents, let's say, stale. So the investors and the rating agencies and the lawyers say, well, there could have been a number of changes. All of the financial issues that we need to disclose to investors need to be updated. If it had just been a month or two, that's fine. But now we're getting on half a year or so. And so this is a new resolution with updated financial documents. Most importantly, the audit that was just passed by the board. So we were really in a holding pattern until that audit was brought to you and approved. So that is what you are doing tonight for these bonds, for the new money bonds. If it is passed, we anticipate the funds being available to the district in early November.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item? 9.6.
Yes, Chris Webb.
First off, I want to thank the voters again for initially passing this measure. And you might have recalled, I did publicly support it, and I'm glad to do that for good causes. For me, it would be, I just want to make it clear, it would be a violation of public trust, for me especially, if there is to be no HVAC work done on Watsonville High. And I understand that could be costly. So if you can't retrofit, then you could at least do the wiring so that everybody and not just one teacher on the top floor can have AC. I looked at it was supposed to be 68 when I checked when I checked last night, but then I wind up with a 79-degree room because they decided to paint. And you know what, painting the school white, turns out it didn't make it very much cooler in my room. And then because of the painting, sometimes I have to keep my windows closed. And then because we didn't do the stairs that we approved last spring, in the spring or in the summer, I have to keep my door closed because there's loud power tools. So it's been like, and I'm gonna have to move rooms soon because of it's a fire hazard to have so many people upstairs and only one exit. So I think like this just gets back to the planning thing. I think we should be a little more thoughtful. Also, somebody, a leader in this district told me, well, you know, Chris, I was Watsonville born and raised, and that's how it was when I got. Well, that's the wrong attitude for anybody who's in any kind of decision-making position. We should all be trying to make things better. And also, I would say to that person, there's more climate change impact than in your time. So I just want to bring that up. Also, I can't help but like be kind of traumatized from when with Measure L, the money was spent on like painting that school. And they said, oh, well, it's going to make people proud to come here. And then look what happened. This year, the decline, because of all the other changes that I've been complaining about for a long time, it's declined. And I guess the paint wasn't enough to bring in the students. Maybe you should have kept the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now bring this back to the board for any questions or a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Trustee Flynn, did you have a question? No? Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 5-0-0-2. Thank you, Dale Scott. I now move us on to item 9.7. This is our CalSTRS exemption resolution 2526-05. This report will be presented by Kit Bragg, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Thank you and good evening. We've been unable to fill the Expanded Learning Program Director despite best recruitment efforts, but we do have an opportunity here through a substitute program director who's willing to come on. The candidate is Luis Medina, meets all the qualifications, but is recently retired, and there's some stipulations in CalSTRS about work relative to CalSTRS retirement. There is a narrow exemption that we can apply for. And so we hope to do that to allow Luis to come into the position. It first requires approval from the board, and upon your approval, we would submit that back to CalSTRS, and they would give us that narrow exemption potentially as they review the case as well. So we're asking the board tonight for that exemption so that we could then appeal to CalSTRS and hopefully put Luis into the position.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do not.
Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for any questions, discussion, or a motion.
So this is expanded learning.
That's correct.
I thought we had somebody in that position. That's what I was kind of confused when I saw this. So what am I missing? Clearly something.
Yeah, we've had a vacant position for a
Okay.
while.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's, I was confused. I mean, I go through all of this and
I appreciate
this is
that.
my place to ask the question.
It certainly is. Yes, the
Okay.
position's been vacant for a while.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Yes, trustee Carrasco?
Have we published this position for others to? Okay.
Yes, it's been on EdJoin since August 4th. 5 weeks.
Okay. So the whole month, and then because nobody applied, then we picked this person, or how did this person come about?
Well, we have relationships with former employees where we can tap retirees, other people that have worked in other districts through our connections in Santa Cruz County to find people that are qualified to do that in the absence of applications through EdJoin.
Okay, and there was nobody interested?
Nobody qualified.
Okay.
Trustee Flores,
Yes, trustee Navarro?
can I speak? Are you still actively recruiting for this position?
We are, and to clarify for all questions, it doesn't mean that we won't fill the vacancy permanently. It's just allow us to put a substitute into the position while we continue to recruit.
And this contract, does it have like an end date for the substitute?
I believe there is a limited term for how long the person can be. It's not the same as like a 30-day or 60-day emergency credential on the teaching side of the house, but there are similar stipulations as far as CalSTRS and the number of days that somebody can work. And that's part of what the exemption allows, is to maximize that amount of time. I don't know off the top of my head the duration.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was just going to say, what the board is asking to approve is mainly the ability for a newly retired person to be able to have an exemption to their newly retired status to do some work, because there are requirements within the CalSTRS program. That's mainly what this is about.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I move approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 5002. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now move us on to item 9.8, Proposition 28, Annual Report, September 2025. This report will be presented by Claudia Monjares, our Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction.
Good evening, President Flores, Board of Trustees, Dr. Contreras. So this is our annual report. This page that you can see up on the screen, this is what the report looks like when we submit to the state. And Sylvester, scroll down. Okay, so there you can see the numbers. We have to report a narrative of how the money was used, what was the full-time equivalency of our certificated staff that money was spent on. And then we also have to report classified. And then you'll see on there number of students served with that FTE. And then the number of school sites providing arts education. So those are the numbers that were submitted. So the purpose of tonight is to go through that and just let you all go through, look at that and then approve for the submission for 24-25. The second document that was submitted, I do want to address that one, if we can pull that one up. So I do want to go over the back side, the second page, keep going. Where the schools, there we go. That, if we can enlarge those bars. So at the time that we submitted into board docs, this was the numbers that were listed for sites. So just as a reminder, each allocation that we get per year, there are 3 school years to spend that money. So what we're looking at right now is year 3 of our first allocation, which was given to sites in the 23-24 school year. So any remaining funds from that first allocation has to be spent by June 30th of this school year. We actually have updates on these numbers because there's still ongoing expenditures coming in. So I just wanted to give the board an update on that since numbers were submitted to board docs. So PV High, Valencia, Aptos Junior, and Bajado Middle, who are listed there with still having funds, those have actually already been spent or encumbered, meaning that they're on track to spend. So those folks aren't even on that one anymore. We've been working with the other sites that are still listed on there. And so, for example, just to, because I know the question becomes, well, how do we spend this? And how do we make sure that we get this spent on time? So I just wanted to give the board an update on where the remaining sites are looking to spend funds. So for example, with Ohlone, it's a small amount. It can be spent on materials. So they are looking at getting a kiln and then the structure to protect the kiln. So that will easily spend that money and go into their second allocation for materials funds. New School is getting instruments and art materials with their money. Duncan Holbert, same. They're also going to be spending that money. That will probably all be spent by November. And then Aptos High, you'll see that there's $20,000 on there. And this one's a little bit different because when Aptos first got their allocation, they, in 23-24, they were in need of accessing more funds for materials. Normally what happens with Prop 28 funds, 80% of that has to be spent on personnel, either certificated or classified. 19% can be on materials or contracts. So what was happening at the time is the site needed access to the 19%. Usually, as you free up and you spend on your FTE, that frees up the materials to go with it. So let's say you bring on an art teacher, right? Then you would spend materials money to provide the materials for that art teacher to teach. We worked with them that year and let them go ahead and start digging into the 19% from that first allocation that year without having gone into the 80%. So what happened is they actually spent all of that 19%, which still leaves 20,000 on the personnel side that needs to be spent from the first allocation. In working with their admin team, their VAPA department has EWRs, which is extra work agreement requisition hours, which can be spent from that 80%. So there are hours that are going to be paid from that 20%, 20,000 over the course of this year. So that money will spend down very quickly, actually. So they won't have any money that goes back to the state as well. District office funds you'll see on that one. That one's a little bit tricky. That money is based on us looking at some bigger programming across the district. So we've been working with our after-school program with Jen Bruno and her team. And we have some after-school program, that covers several different sites that have schools participating in it. So we will be able to use those funds to contribute to those. So those won't be going back. We're still in process of working with child development to come up with a plan for spending their 42,000. And then with Hall, Radcliffe, Rolling Hills, and Freedom, we are actively recruiting for FTE for teachers on those. And we actually, with the help of some of our current VAPA teachers, they have been reaching out and letting us know, hey, I know so-and-so who's interested. So that's been really helpful. We've been able to forward those names to HR. They've already started reaching out. So we will be able to get some of those positions filled. And then we are trying to encourage sites to think about what they can do in terms of family art nights at the site, which would allow us to also spend money in, because we want to have teachers involved in that. So we would be able to pay teachers and buy supplies for those. So that we're working through, so we anticipate being able to spend all of the funds and not have to return anything at the end of this school year. Okay.
Thank you. And now, do we have any public speakers to this item?
Jessica Lazar, and Barbie Marchesop.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Jessica Lazar. I am a certificated music teacher at the elementary level. I've been here since 2014 when certificated instructors were brought back to the district. This is my colleague, Patricia Sotorello. She's at Cesar Chavez Middle School, also been here since 2014. We want to speak the truth to many of the art situations. First of all, for Prop 28, you need to ensure that Prop 28 funds are supplementing and not supplanting, like the counselors. Prop 28 funds are legally required by voters to supplement the existing arts education funding starting in our base year of 22-23. They are not to backfill or replace district commitments. We need to revisit the plans, the proposition's implementation to ensure that we're following through on those goals and using Prop 28 as intended. It's time to start asking questions. Board, I wish Trustee Medina was here because he asks a lot of questions. Here are some for you. Number one, so the presentation makes it sound like there's maybe too much money, maybe not enough qualified teachers, but we're talking about almost $500,000 that could be sent back to the state this year. I really question the results and the spending description that we've been just given. Yes, 80% of the funds are to go towards hiring our teachers, but the Ed Code states that students need to have access to all disciplines of art, first grade through 12th. It sounds really possible if sites are allowed to plan ahead and hire without obstruction. Here's a question. What has been blocking the hiring of arts teachers, and why are we in danger of losing nearly $500,000 that should be serving our students?
Thank you.
Where are the specialists that the people that were behind the hiring?
Hello, board. I obviously hope that we do spend all that money and nothing goes back. That's our goal, right? However, I do want to refer back to February 13th. You're welcome to watch it on YouTube. At about the 30-minute mark, I made a comment with some concerns about VAPA, and I said, my understanding is that we are on track to send about $500,000 back to the state next year and $1 million the year after if we don't do something. At about the 49-minute mark, Dr. Navarro, you asked for clarification on that. Dr. Contreras, you said we are slated to send no dollars back next year, and that was the end of the conversation. My question is why? We may not send them back, but we could have been dealing with this 7 months ago. Why did I know about it and you as a board didn't and weren't able to address this then? That is a concern I have about transparency and about the processes that go on here. I do also believe that my understanding is that the whole idea of the 80% and the 19%, that yes, I can see why we might say we want to spend that first in this, but that rule of unlocking, when I talk to other teachers and other districts, that is not a hard and fast California rule. That is something we have decided to do. And so this is all stuff that could have been spent the first year that we had the Prop 28 funds. And if you don't have ideas, I've got a ton of them. Let's talk, right? If we had a VAPA director, I'll bring that up in the next reports, maybe they could actually be doing something about it. So thank you.
Thank you. So now I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Questions? Trustee Flynn, did you? Yes.
So I have a lot to say and comments, and so I guess one of the things I'm having a hard time understanding why it's so hard to spend money. And I guess I would like clarification on, since, I mean, it's been 3 years. To me, it seems like maybe there wasn't a lot of direction to the sites on how to do it. So they weren't really, and there was no sense of urgency. I guess maybe the 3 years made them feel like there was time. But so looking at that chart, these numbers, are they indicative of what has already been spent or what needs to be spent?
So those numbers at the time that it was submitted is indicative of what needs to be spent. So, but again, though that number has already gone down by $75,000 just in the last 3 weeks. So one thing to keep in mind is that, again, the funds need to be spent by the end of this school year, so that we have 3 full years to spend that money. It's not that that money had to be spent by right now.
No, I understand
So
that.
that's something I want to just make sure we all understand that we do have this year to continue to spend that funds. So.
So these schools with the larger numbers, like Rolling Hills and Freedom and Radcliffe and Hall and Child Development, my first thought is that, again, maybe they didn't know how they were supposed to spend the money, because, and I could be totally wrong, is that if there was some plan that was given to each site on here's what you do, here's how you do it, it needs to be done, and some sort of timeline. Like that's what we're doing as a board with board.
Right.
Right, yeah. So go ahead.
I can't speak to the first year, the 23-24 school year. I was in a completely different role. I stepped into this role last year. So they are correct that we did have a VAPA coordinator who was in charge of all of this piece. So I can't speak to 23-24. I don't know what was rolled out. I am assuming, based on how she operates, I'm assuming that she did roll this information out to the sites and did work with the administrators to get that money spent in a timely manner. So, but I can speak to last year when I was working with our VAPA coordinator at the time around the Prop 28 funds. I know we've had a harder time filling certain domains within the VAPA positions. There are just some that are easier to fill than others. When we met, our current STEAM director and I met with our community partners like a few weeks ago. Can't remember the exact date. I'd have to look at the calendar. But anyways, we did talk through some of those things. And we've actually had a couple partners who are working to help find people to help fill certain positions. So like, for example, dance positions, theater positions, sometimes those are some of the harder ones to fill. And so they're helping us to recruit. And that's another way that we get some names that come into like, hey, so-and-so type of thing. Hall District, I'll speak to them in particular. They had vacancies in their VAPA positions for most of last year. It's just not that they were posted for a while. Like there's just sometimes it's harder to fill what is being posted. I can bring up Radcliffe, for example. When I met with the principal over at that site, when we were looking at her funds for the year and how we're going to ensure that all those funds are spent. She was looking at her overall programming. So like, for example, she has a Save the Music teacher. And then we have...
Please do not speak out from the audience. Just like we would expect our students in a classroom, I'm asking, please be respectful and allow the speaker to speak.
So we do have a Save the Music teacher there. And we need to make sure that we are also providing music to the entire school. So we have looked at spending the Prop 28 funds to help support that and hire a music teacher for her site so that all grades are receiving music. So that's an option there, right? Instead of trying to figure out, well, there it is. So we want to be able to plan out strategically so how we're spending that.
I know you have a question, but I have another one. Oh, you did? Okay. So you had mentioned kind of the after-school option. And I remember when we had this discussion, I think it was in the meeting that Bobby mentioned, there was a discussion about supplanting. And so I still don't know that I'm clear on the difference there, because what you explained to me just now sounded more like supplanting. And so I want to make sure that that's.
So it wouldn't be supplanting because we're looking at a couple of different factors. So one of those being that, so there's a couple layers in this. There's layers in terms of FTE at the site, like total FTE at the site, and that's what helps determine, quote unquote, the base. The other layer to this, and speaking directly about Radcliffe, is that currently, and it has been the practice, is that their TK through second grade is getting the music instruction, which means that third through fifth is not. So because this would be in addition to, and it's not release time, this is in addition to, then it would not be supplanting. It's actually supplementing for those grades 3 through 5.
Okay. And the question that I wanted to reflect back was what's blocking the hiring? And I kind of think you touched on that, and it sounds like you're working on it, but
we are trying
challenging.
Desperately. The other thing I do want to share in terms of the after school and summer pieces, I also want to bring up the summer school piece too, because we are trying to be creative in how we can provide access to our students, for our students. One of the things that we were able to do this summer is we worked with a couple of our sites who, we have students who are in band, and we want to make sure that they can continue to practice band, right, during, and participate in band during summer, for example. So we were able to put, in conjunction with our after-school program, Jen Bruno worked on creating a summer band class for students for credit attainment, so that they could continue to participate in band over the summer.
Could you do
So,
that over
yeah, we're
the-
trying to look at all the different options that we can do.
Could you do that over the Christmas, or excuse me, the winter holiday? Just.
We
yeah.
didn't last winter, but it is something that we can look at for winter of this year for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Turley?
Thank you. Does each school receive an amount of Prop 28 based on average daily attendance?
It's not average daily attendance, it's actual enrollment in the school.
But it is based on the number of students at a
It's a per pupil allocation, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So as I recall, Rolling Hills, as far as middle schools goes, has a higher enrollment than the other middle schools. So
correct.
I might expect that they might have more money. Also, if I was given $100,000 to spend on something wonderful for students and I had to use it over a 3-year period, it seems like I would use about $33,000 each year. Otherwise, I'm dumping it all in 1 year, and there are none of those great things for the second or third year.
Again, no shouting from the audience, please.
Okay, so it's a 3-year process, right? I get a bucket of money that I know I get to spend over 3 years. I would want to spend a third of it each year, so I don't run out of money and I still have good things happening, right? Does the $74,000 and the $75,000 for Freedom and Rolling Hills represent approximately a third of what that school, is that approximately 1 year worth of funding, or does that represent a couple of years?
So looking at Freedom, their year 1 allocation was $95,409. The voices are correct that they do get a continued allocation every year. However, if you look at freedoms, it's not 95,000 every single year because it's based on student enrollment. So like, for example, in 24-25, it went down to 87,339. So it does vary year to year. And yeah, there are some sites that do divide it up by 3 years. And then there's some sites that have been able to spend it super quickly within a year. Some have spent it within 2, and some were spending within 3.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You mentioned Aptos High had 20,000 carryover, and I'm not seeing Aptos High on this list. Maybe that was Aptos Junior?
Aptos High originally had 0. They would not have been on there, but they are on there now, which they will be off by the end of this week. So it's like comes and goes. And that was due to some staffing from last year. So just to kind of refer back to the whole supplanting versus supplementing piece, this is a great example of how to address that. So their 24-25 general ed FTE was 50.7. And they had a 1.4 Prop 28 during that year. Then from 25-26, this school year, their FTE has dropped down to 45.8. They still have the 1.4 allocated for Prop 28. But now what can happen is because their base has dropped, they can increase the amount of money that they spend without supplanting. It would be supplemental because it's now on top of what their base is able to provide. So, like for example, there's 2 sections of concert choir, right? That because FTE was dropped, and I don't know if you guys really remember back when when the high schools were looking at reducing their FTE, they have to look at course requests and all of those things. And then that's what determines where the layoffs were happening. One of the areas that we need to improve on with all 3 of our high schools, not just Aptos, but all 3 of them, is we need to look at how are we making all of the VAPA classes enticing to students. So unfortunately, one of the things that happened is in terms of course requests, there was a drop at the particular site in course requests for certain VAPA courses, and that's what led to some of those layoffs. Right. So it's yeah, the slightest thing affects it.
It
Yeah.
seems to me that for quite a few years, as I recall, most public schools in California did not fund music and art. Those seem to be the first places that were cut for a long time. And now we expect all of these people who are prepared to teach those classes who may not have had that experience in high school. So I just wonder if that's part of the difficulty in finding people who are qualified.
It might be. I mean, having been in this district for over 20 years, I know that we were lucky enough to maintain a focus on visual and performing arts, much stronger than a lot of other districts were. We had a lot of support for that and strong community connections. So we've been lucky with that. Like even when I was the principal at Hall, we were able to get support on getting a band going. We were the first elementary school to get a band going at the site. So that has been, we've had that advantage. So in terms of where teachers are coming from for teaching VAPA, they're kind of coming from all over, I mean, so I don't know. Can't speak to employment trends.
Thank you, Trustee Carrasco.
I had a couple of questions. Would you be able to hire an FTE for Prop 28 on like a SIP? Or like one of those, like if you don't necessarily have a credential? And is that being advertised?
No.
Now it's green. Yeah, it's not so much a matter of what type of credential, it's more just a matter of the candidate and whether we can find an applicant that's interested. There's nothing precluding us from using all the same mechanisms of credentialing to bypass some of those challenges that we see with VAPA, as there would be with any other credential, whether it be multiple subject, single subject specialized, something in the arts.
Yeah, because, so if there'd be artists in the community who don't necessarily have a credential, but here's an opportunity that they could do for a year, I haven't seen any advertisement on that. And I only say this because I am around a lot of artists who don't have credentials, but would jump at the opportunity to be able to work during the day. Because a lot of them do work, but it's through expanded learning because
Sure.
that's a little different. But I can tell you right now, I know 10 people right now who would jump at that, you
Great.
know? So maybe we can advertise that.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of them don't move forward because they don't have credentials, but they have the experience to be able to do that.
Wonderful, thank you. We'll do that.
Yeah, well, yeah, they would need that. And then, so you're, just to clarify, are these funds being controlled at the school site level? Like
Yes.
who's deciding?
All of these funds are school site funds, barring the one that says district office. Everything, well, sorry, correct me. District office and child development, everything else is at the school site. These are the funds that are discussed during school site council, ELAC meetings. They get input from parents on programming for the site. So it's not just an arbitrary, we're telling you what to do. They have to have input and documentation from their school site council and ELAC notes on how they're spending parent recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to plan, like, so for example, let's say, and I hope not, but let's say we still have this amount of money. Would we be able to change the district requirements in order to spend the money by the end of the year? Where there's 80% for,
So, okay, so here's what tends to happen. If, and I'm saying big fat if, because I'm stubbornly determined. If there were funds that were still left, then we would work with our accountant. There is a possibility to do a waiver with the state. There's a little bit more entailed in that. I can't speak to all the details because I actually didn't want to know the details because we're going to get this done. So, but yes, I know that there is a waiver and I can find out what those details are for you if you'd like.
okay. And I think for me too, I would feel, I would like to get like a report in 2 months of how it's going.
Yes,
Because I want to be able to either refer you to people or,
absolutely.
you know, because I just, again, I hate not spending money.
Yeah. No, 100%. I don't like that either. So
Yeah.
yes, we are scheduled to do another update at the November 12th board meeting, and then we'll do one again in February. And then we're looking again at April.
Okay.
Thank you. Trustee Salinas Holst.
I apologize if any of these questions were already answered, but my first one I was wondering is this money for like job positions or for like resources and equipment for these programs?
Both.
Both?
So
Okay.
80% of the money has to be spent on humans, like teachers. Actually, I shouldn't say teachers. It has to be spent on staff. It can be teachers, certificated, or it can be classified staff. And then there's 19% of that can be spent on materials or contracts. Yeah.
And then this might just be like the same question that Trustee Caracho asked, but who is this money decided by the school of where it goes towards? Okay.
Yep.
And then lastly, I was wondering if what the course was that was had like not interest at Aptos High.
The one that had 0 students sign up was their dance class.
Okay.
So that one was one that's dropped. Now, again, going back to that, if for this coming school year, if we can, raise that interest and students want to take a dance class, then we put that on the schedule and then we look for a teacher for it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Trustee Navarro?
Hi, I have a kind of a bunch of questions. So can you just give me a little overview of like who is monitoring the spending of this money from the top, who is holding different sites accountable, who's making sure that the decisions are being made, who is making sure that the money is all being spent, who came up with the idea? Sorry, I'm giving you a lot of questions.
That's okay.
Who came up with like, where is this rule that the 80 has to be spent before the 20? Like,
That's actually the requirements of spending the Prop 28 money. That's not something we decide at the district level.
but is it within a year, or do you actually have to spend the 80 before you spend the 20?
No, actually, it's recommended that you not spend one before the other. So it's actually recommended that as you spend on FTE, you're spending on materials to go with it. So it's the hand-in-hand thing. But we do have some sites that go through the 19% faster than the 80%. But no, there isn't a set rule that you have to spend one before the other. The hiccup, going back to like the Aptos situation, for example, the hiccup there is that because they already reached the maximum amount that they could spend, they hit that 19%. That means there's still that $20,000 that's in the 80% side of the house that has to be spent. So that money has to get spent before they dip into the FTE money for the year 2 allocation, which once they dip into the money for the year 2 allocation on FTE, that opens up the materials and contract side.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then can you come back to my question about who is kind of overseeing at the like the highest level and then at the site level?
So at the highest level this year, it's me. And I work and I meet with our accountant who oversees Prop 28. I meet with them on a weekly basis, and we go through exactly what expenditures have been coming in, what's encumbered, just so I can keep a tight track of what's happening with that. At the site level, it's the principal working with their teachers. At our high schools, the principal's involved, but typically there's an AP that's usually assigned to particular content areas. And so there might be an AP who's like my direct contact at the site.
With so many new principals and so many new changes, what are you doing to support all of the site administrators?
So I'm having one-to-one meetings with them right now. I've gotten through about 8 of them, and I started with our folks up here. And then I have, so I've already met directly with them, and then the rest of them that are already like have spent through their year 1, we're going to do group meetings. I'll just bring them together as clusters because I want to make sure that we get all of this so that I can just have those like ongoing monthly meetings with the site administration.
Okay. And this whole supplanting versus supplementing thing is actually very confusing. So I just want to make sure, I'm going to summarize what I understood and you correct me if I got it wrong, right? So assuming that a school has 2,000 students and say, because of those 2,000 students, they get, I don't know, 2 math teachers, 2 art teachers, whatever, like 2 band teachers. And then something happens and they only have 1,000 students next year, then they would only qualify for one of each of those. Am I correct? And then the Prop 28 dollars could come in and hire additional people. So even though technically you're losing a person based on the ADA and you're hiring another person with Prop 28 dollars, that would not technically be supplanting, correct?
Right. So exactly. So if you want to continue the amount of music instruction that you were doing, because there's been a reduction in your FTE, then you could continue music on the one side with the Prop 28 funds.
Okay. And what are you doing specifically? I'm looking at like a couple of elementary schools, and I assume that the ones that have a lot of money, it's for a particular position. Is that correct?
It is. So like with Radcliffe, for example, originally they had been posting for, I believe she said it was dance. And because she wasn't able to fill that position, that's why we were talking through like what are some other options? And then that's when we got into the music discussion. So it's about changing the FTE to match for programming for all of their students. And this is a conversation that she does have to take back to her school site council to let them know like, hey, we're struggling to find a dance teacher, but we're looking at this other plan, and get their input on it.
Have you looked into CSUMB, UC Santa Cruz, Cabrillo, Hartnell, and getting like credit for teaching some of these classes and having a partnership with some of the community colleges?
That I have not done personally, but I would work through HR to do that. Yeah, like I said, I'm
It
just
seems like
taking
there's
this-
enough artists
taking
and
this
musicians
over
in
this
this
year,
community.
so.
Like, it seems like there's enough
Yeah.
artists and musicians in the community that if you figured out a way
Mhm.
to, get them
Yes.
coursework credit for it, that you can bring them in.
Yeah.
Especially if they weren't a full-time employee, you wouldn't have to deal with the whole benefits
100%.
aspect.
And that's again, where working with our community partners has been helpful because they know people as well. And they have connections with our universities too.
And when you're judging interest for the VAPA coordinator, or the VAPA courses, is it that people are interested in dance, or is it, and I'm not trying to throw any shade on anybody, or did they not particularly want to take dance with that particular instructor at that class?
In all honesty, and I'm not going to say it's dance, but in all honesty, at some of our sites, it has to do with both. It depends on where you're looking.
So have you looked at sharing instructors among different sites?
We have, for example, we have a choir teacher at Aptos High who also is a shared position with another site. And we also have, last year, for example, we had a band teacher that was sharing. And so what's going on now that we've hired, I'll bring up Watsonville High, for example. So now Watsonville High is a band teacher, brand new. And Susanna over at Lakeview has actually been super helpful and very invested in supporting the teacher because her band kids will go directly to Watsonville High's band, right? So we do have support like that going through our system. But yeah, we do have some positions that are split.
Okay. And this is a question that came up from the community. So under Prop 28, are you required to have all of the arts represented at all of the sites?
According to Prop 28, it doesn't specifically say, but that is a district requirement.
Okay. And is that actually happening in our district?
We're getting there. We are not there yet. One of the things that we'll be able to share, I can bring that at the next one in November. I can share what's happening in each of our grade spans in terms of high school, middle school, and elementary, so you can see what's available across the board.
I think it would be useful to know what each school has access to and what we're doing to actually get them more access to the other courses.
Okay.
And how, we might be using them going to another site or an after school or before school program in order to get that need met. And then I had one more question, sorry. Getting them all mixed up.
While you're looking, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So if memory serves me, which it doesn't always, going back to that meeting, it was one of my very first meetings. VAPA was a big conversation. I do recall that there was a conversation or something about sites being blocked from using funds because it is site not allocated but determined. How does that work with if principals are the ones that are saying, yes, we can use it for this, or no, we can't, and staff is coming to ask to use funds, how, I guess, what's the process?
So the only thing that might prevent access to Prop 28, the 19%, and I call it the 19% because it's not just materials. It can be used for contracts as well. The only reason I can see blocking that would just be because it's spent. I'd have to know a little bit more detail as to what you mean by blocking.
Or just saying, no, we can't do that, or we can't use that. I just want to make sure that ideas are being heard and that there's a sense of urgency around getting this done. And so I feel like maybe you have that, but I don't know that there's that trickle down to the site.
Well, so I can tell you with the people that I've met so far, we are establishing that urgency. So, and that's not to say that urgency hasn't been there before, because I know our VAPA coordinator was pushing on that as well last year, because again, I walked into this last year. So I know that she was pushing that, but I don't know what the hiccup was at the site level for that. Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, we should wrap this up pretty quickly, so I'll have, yes, go ahead. Trustee Navarro, then trustee Desi, and then.
Desi, I just have one more quick question. So how can families find out how their funds are being spent at their school site? Like, have you considered doing some signage out front? Like, this is how your Prop $28 are being spent.
So yes, so this infographic that we have right now that covers the entire district, we're actually developing those per site. And then we'll be able to give those to the site to post. Yeah.
Trustee Salinas Holt?
I have a pretty quick question, but does dance include folklorico? And is that, because I know, from my understanding, that's like counts towards like PE at Watsonville High School, I'm pretty sure. So would like folklorico be involved under these arts? And
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, dance would include folklorico.
is that the dance class, do you know, at Aptos that was cut? Was it a folklorico one?
I don't believe it was.
Okay.
But I'd have to double check on that. And yes, about the PE thing, if there is a PE teacher who, and we have a couple of instances of that where we have PE teachers who are like, you know what, I'm going to teach a section of dance. And so that does count for PE, but because it's now VAPA, then that would be funded through Prop 28.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, last question, trustee Carrasco.
Could you give me examples on, you said contracts, it wasn't just materials. What are some examples of what those contracts look like?
Which was the one I just approved? I just approved one. So basically, if you have outside agencies that are coming in to work with teachers or work with students, it's basically anybody who's not a paid employee of PVUSD.
So working as a contractor. Okay, last question. You keep saying 80% and 19%. Trustee Flynn would like to know where's the 1%?
The 1% is indirect costs. There has to be a 1% allocated for indirect costs. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so do
I know it doesn't equal 100, sorry.
Okay, so do we have a motion for this item?
I'd like to make it a motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a
Second.
first and trustee Turley seconds. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 5002. Thank you.
President
Okay.
Flores,
Yes.
would you like us to go back to 9.3 and 9.4? I think
Okay. Our next item, this gentleman is here, so let's do this one and then. Okay, so thank you, trustee Turley, for bringing that up, but I think we're going to wait a little bit longer. And we're going to move on to 9.9, approve contract for employment for Chief Business Officer Gerardo Castillo. Report will be presented by Kit Bragg, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Well, I'm delighted after quite some time to bring this recommendation to the board for a CBO, and I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Contreras.
Well, so I am also very thrilled to introduce our CBO, hopefully soon after board approval, Gerardo Castillo. He is sitting right there in the front row. So Mr. Castillo is coming to us from Robla School District, and we had the good fortune of spending some time with him about a month ago. He sat through a couple of rounds of interviews, and we are just absolutely excited with his deep experience as a chief business official, but also it was very clear through the interview process that he has a very deep heart for students, a very extensive background that relates and pertains directly to our community. And we feel that this is really going to be a great match. And we're excited to bring him on board and get started with the good work that we have ahead. And so with that, Kit, I'm going to turn it over to you. And then hopefully Mr. Castillo will say a few words.
Yes, do we take it to board first and then
Yes.
have a few moments for words? I thought so, thank you. So with that, I'd like to present the recommendation for approval of the contract for Gerardo Castillo here this evening to the board.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do not.
Okay, seeing none, I will now bring it back to the board.
You have to, apparently per ed code, you have to announce the pay and the term.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
He's going to, you have to do the whole.
Pay and the term, bear with me. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. The following is an agreement between the Board of Trustees of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District of Santa Cruz County, California, hereinafter referred to as the district, and Gerardo Castillo, hereinafter referred to as Chief Business Officer. The parties agree as follows. Term. The district does hereby employ Gerardo Castillo, Chief Business Officer, CBO, subject to the terms and conditions of statutes governing the employment of classified employees. The terms and conditions herein set forth are effective commencing on October 1st, 2025, and ending on June 30th, 2026. Should the Chief Business Officer receive a satisfactory evaluation pursuant to this agreement will be expanded for a 2-year term with approval of the board. An amendment for the extension shall be placed on the next regularly scheduled board meeting following the CBO's satisfactory evaluation. Section 3, salary. The salary of the Chief Business Officer shall be based on the Cabinet Salary Schedule Range CBO Step 4 in the amount of $229,000 prorated based on start date. The Chief Business Officer will also receive a yearly stipend of $5,806 for his CPA certification in place of a master's degree stipend. The district reserves the right to increase the annual salary of the Chief Business Officer at any time during this contract. Said increase to be effective on the date stipulated in the action by the governing board. The annual salary may not be reduced unless by mutual consent of the Chief Business Officer and district. It is provided, however, that any change in salary shall not constitute the creation of a new contract nor extend the termination date of this agreement. A 2.5% longevity stipend shall be awarded after 5 years of district service in a management position. And at 10 years of service to the district as a manager, an additional 2.5% stipend will be awarded. And every 5 years thereafter, a 2.5% stipend will be awarded. That includes Section 1 term and Section 3 salary.
Okay, now I bring it back to the board for any questions or any questions from the board.
This position forewent benefits, correct?
The position includes full benefits. The position offers the option for Mr. Castillo to take full benefits for health and welfare.
Yes, so this contract does not include benefits though.
And
I'm sorry? Correct. What is in the contract is what is stipulated.
Okay, can you scroll down to 3, please?
Trustee Navarro, can you please repeat your question?
I was asking if this position, we decided to forego benefits in order to increase some of them. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
is that so? Yes or no?
It is as the contract reads.
Which is different than what you just said. So
No.
that's why there's
No.
the
I'm sorry.
confusion.
I just wanna, I know it haven't been approved, but just to clarify, because I know I'm not taking any health benefits. I do not need health benefits. I have it through my wife, and I will not ask the district to double pay for that when I already have health benefits through my wife. So I'm not, even if it is in the contract, I just fully say I'm not taking health benefits because I know it's very costly. So the district will not have to pay for health benefits for me or my family. So I don't, that's something that have been clarified from the beginning.
Thank you for
So,
clarifying. I just wanted to get that.
We were all, yeah, we were under the assumption that, yes, the salary was with the expectation that benefits would be forfeited. So we just wanted to make sure that that was what was happening before we approved this. So thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. So,
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, the question was under fringe benefits. Can you go to fringe benefits? We just want to be clear. So there is vision and there is dental and,
okay.
yes, and retirement benefits.
Yeah, pretty benefits are all the statutory requirements that we have to pay. You know, that's the district's.
Okay. Okay, we're just wanting to make sure that, yes, what was explained is here. So we have a motion on the table to approve this contract. Do we have a second?
Reading this sentence, can we modify the motion so that we're incorporating in the motion that it's not including benefits? Because if I read that, the district will provide at district expense the same options for medical, dental, and vision afforded to all full-time employees. That's what it says.
Oh, I can't. They are options. He has options to pay for them.
Right.
And I trusted what was told to me, and when I looked at this, I saw this, and now is my time to ask the questions. I trusted what was told to me. So what was told to you is what? I mean, I can't approve it then, so, and I hate that yeah, I know, oh my God, so. This seems like this isn't worded right for me. But it's not saying what I was told and what I trusted would be here. Dr. Navarro asked a question. You said was not in alignment with what my understanding was, and then reading this now more clearly, not on my phone, I went through this. And clearly I have the person jump out at me. It's not in alignment with what my understanding is. Can you turn your microphone? I hear what's being said by you, and I'm sorry that you're having to deal with this right now in this moment. I'm really excited that you've decided to take this on. But we're being scrutinized for the decisions that we're making and wanting to have transparency and all of that. So I'm going to be asked all of this from a financial standpoint. And I know that
you're taking a risk by coming here and we're going above and beyond. But what I was told and what I'm reading are two different things. And I hate to say, it feels like it's being like slid in there. And I just don't, I don't, this is, we can run the tape back, but I'm not appreciating I guess, the tone in which I'm here to ask questions. I'm allowed to do that. And so all I'm saying is that this isn't reading to me what is being said. So as long as that is the case, then we can move forward. But what I'm seeing here is not in alignment with what I was being told. So maybe it's just a wordsmithing. That's it. I don't understand why it's a big deal.
So I can clarify. So Trustee Flynn, well, you've heard on the public record already what is being offered, and there is no trickery here. What is being offered is the understanding and what was worked with the board, which is salary. There is an option to buy benefits to the employee, and no one is trying to make any kind of difference there. And like I've said, this is on the public record. The contract has been available for 2 weeks to ask questions or for any kind of public scrutiny. And so I guess it's just my feeling of kind of unfortunate that we have our new potential CBO here and that this is happening in a public venue. Yeah. Yeah.
I can understand that fully, that it would be frustrating. I just acknowledged that. But this part that says at district expense is the part that's slowing me up. So I understand that we're verbalizing what is, but what matters to me is what's signed and on paper, and it says at district expense. So as long as that's taken out, then we're fine. That's all I was trying to say from the very beginning. That's it.
Okay, so perhaps Trustee Navarro, if you would like to amend your motion to approve this contract with striking just the medical part at district expense.
Yes, do you want me to restate that?
Yes, please.
Want to make sure that I do the Brown Act right. I would like to make a motion with the amendment of striking the at district expense for medical to approve this contract with Mr. Castillo. Thank you. So sorry.
Second?
You beat me to it. Okay. Thank you. This has been something we've been looking for a while. When we lost our CBO, Jenny M moved in, leaving her position vacant, which stayed vacant the whole time. And so I'm thankful that we had a great candidate come forward and want to work with our district. And so I will now call for a vote since we have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 5-0-0-2. Thank you so much. And would you like to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say a few words for good evening, President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Heather Contreras and district staff. It's really nice to see the engagement on the district in the conversation. So this is what it is about, putting our students first. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm ready to working with everybody who is here, including the community who is not here, to put our students first and to achieve our mission statement. I just want to say that one of the reasons I picked Pájaro and I did my research is because it represents a lot of the community who I am. I am one of the English learners who come as a 17-year-old one of your schools working in the fields. So that's who I am. And so every time I do work, I will have who I'm working for, so for the students. But we need all of this work together. You know, a lot of the things that happen is nobody's fault. You know, the funding gets cut, the talent enrollment. We need all of us working together. So, and I will just put my commitment to, I will work with integrity and my hardest work for the district. So thank you.
Thank you so much and welcome to PVUSD. Okay, so now we will go back to 9.3. So 9.3 is our 2023-24 Measure L Bond Financial and Performance Audit Report. This report will be presented by Doug Kranzer.
Good evening again. We do have Mr. Ahmad, what's your last? Gravy from ID Bailey to present both the financial statement audit report as well as the Measure L. So I will leave it in his capable hands. Great, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. This is the annual financial statements, the audited annual financial statements of the district for the fiscal year ended June 30, 24. The scope of the audit is to ensure that the financial statements are fairly stated. It is a process in which we start at the beginning of the calendar year. We typically split the audit into 3 phases: interim phase, final phase, and reporting phase. The interim phase is when we come in and take a look at your internal controls. We look at the manner that you process receipts, disbursements, and payroll. We'd like to see segregation of functions and duties in there. Then we wait for management to close the books. And then we come in after the fact. It is a confirmation process. It is an affirmation of the financial information that was previously presented to you by management. This is what we do. We just confirm. We confirm your state revenues. We confirm your cash balances, your debt balances. All these amounts are reported on the financial statements. Alongside with the district audit, there's a few compliance audits that we perform as well. We receive federal funding, so the feds ask you to ask us to do the audit for federal compliance. Similar for state compliance, we go out to the site, we take a look at your attendance, various state programs, state-funded programs. And then alongside with that, we do the bond audit, which is a Measure L. This is a little bit of a scope. It's called a performance audit, where we look at the expenses that you charge to that program and make sure that it's in compliance with the ballot language, with what the voters had voted on, and the fact that those funds are segregated from the standard funds that are in the general fund. They want to see that you accounted for them separately. Pleased to let you know that we finalized the audit. We finished it, and we issued a clean opinion on these financial statements. We obviously have some findings there due to the delays that we encountered in the audit related to the internal control that you see in the back of the audit report. But with the help of the finance department, the business service department, Doug and Alexis, who basically helped us towards the end in getting the information that we needed, it was quite a bit of some work on their side. We just audit, they close. And so the closing is the hard thing, and for us to audit is just a confirmation. Again, just tying the numbers with external sources. So again, we issued a clean opinion on these financial statements. We issued a clean opinion on the Measure L fund. And with that, I'll be more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public speakers to this item, 9.3? Okay, see none. Did we have one? Did you have one, Chris?
Oh, you're right.
Okay. I'll bring it back to the board then for any discussion or motion.
Move approval?
It's technically it's an acceptance rather than an approval. Sorry. You're accepting the audit report.
I move that we accept the audit of Measure L.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I think you also need the district.
I second that acceptance.
Thank you. So all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That acceptance passes 5002. Thank you. And so now you also are doing 9.4, or
Well, yeah, I mean, I actually,
I
yeah, it's
will
the
now.
same thing, and it's with the, I actually aggregated them
Oh, okay.
together, so.
So
I
for item
apologize.
9.4, the 2023-24 annual independent audit report.
Yes. And this is the report where you'll see the opinions on the financial statements. Very first page right there is stating that the financial statements are fairly stated. And then towards the end, you'll see the opinions related to the federal compliance, state compliance, and then what they call government auditing standards is the internal control. That one did have a finding in that related to the closing process that the district had in the 2024 fiscal year. And that's obviously due to the change in management.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris Webb? We have one public comment that we'll hear and then we'll.
Yeah, I just wanted to reemphasize the importance of stakeholders when we're making these decisions. I know site council came up right just now around Prop 28. Well, I remember the admin in the 23-24 year, they kind of prevented the publication of the student leadership survey of how Measure L funds should be spent. And then I'm regretting bringing the wrong vehicle because I spent a couple $100 to print up the slides and bring them here physically. You might remember that, Dr. Contreras, was early in your days. And I just wanted to bring up what did the Renaissance staff and students want. And the number one thing was about the restrooms. And these are the kind of things where like these things help attendance, they help get people in. Also, there was remodeling the dark room in the photography class, which there is no photography class now. I think like, I know last week or last meeting, one of a district leader who I respect a lot said, we can't do everything, right? And that I believe, I agree with that. Well, let's do the things that our stakeholders actually want. Let's let that lead and let's lead from the bottom in that way. Another one of the top things that was requested, this was tied for number 2, was making sure the sports field was good. I mean, these are the things that we need, and we need to make sure our administrators don't use the fact that of parents who don't have the privilege to be able to make a site council, or like make sure we're reaching out. I remember there was a time that when I was at Renaissance, we would be calling parents. You used your local assets to make sure the community was connected. I think when you lose that connection, look what happened to your enrollment here. So I wanted to bring that up. Also, the other thing was one of my students. I spoke on I read his comment, and he had said Renaissance High at the time, more focused on looks than such things as wasting money on a staff room to be remodeled instead of fixing up our soccer field. The students want it. Let's make sure we're doing right by the students. Thank you.
Okay, and now I will bring it back to the board. Is this one also acceptance? No, okay. Oh, yes, trustee Turley?
I'm not ready to accept yet. So although the audit letter was posted today, the audit itself wasn't posted until at least after 3 o'clock today. And I have reservations about approving something that I didn't have adequate time to review. But there were a couple of things that were highlighted as far as risks that I'd just like to know a little bit more about. Risk related to management override of internal controls. And I know that's prior to anybody who's here, so there's no, what were the internal controls that were an issue, and how do we make sure that that's not a problem going forward?
So that wording that you see in there is a risk. It's not a conclusion as to whether there were exceptions or any management override. And the reason that we have to test that, it's required by our audit standards. So it's not specific to this district. It's something that we do across the board. We do unpredictable procedures. We look for things that management would not predict that we would be testing because it is a required audit standard. And that's what this letter is speaking to. It has nothing to do with any deficiencies with the internal control that we noted. It's just a standard audit procedure that we do across all auditees.
Okay. If I understand correctly, these 5 bullets aren't related to anything you found in this district. It's just things that you're highlighting. We looked for this and we looked for this and we looked for this.
Yes,
Okay,
and some of it is industry related. You know, like LCFF is just a significant item for this district. So we do look at it and we recalculate all the amounts that were reported on the financial statements. So some of them are related to the district, but they're not findings, they're not exceptions. It's just something that is related to your industry. We elevate that risk, perform additional procedures related to that.
Understand, thank you.
Those recalculations are just inherently risky. I'm sorry. Those calculations are inherently risky, so they just have to note it to the board saying, hey, these are significant calculations that are just inherently risky, because there's been districts where they may not look at the property tax when they're calculating the state aid, and now they're doubling up and they're over accruing revenue. That's pretty much what it's meaning. Is like, there's just a lot of risk.
Thank you. Are there any issues with liabilities, funding for employee retirement and benefits? Is there a liability that's not showing up on statements potentially?
It is showing up on the financial statements. Management did give us what they call valuation of those post-employment benefit liabilities and pension liabilities. They are all reported on your financial statements. They are significant.
And those liabilities are, those valuations are done by an actuary. And then the auditor takes those valuations and puts it appropriately and helps management prepare the appropriate disclosures for that. So it conforms to accounting and audit standards.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Good questions.
Okay. Do we have a motion for acceptance?
I'll make a motion to accept.
Thank you. I have a first. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining?
Abstain.
Okay, motion passes 4012. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and I will now move us on to 9.10. Yes. We are now on 9.10. This is the 2025-26 LCAP revision approval. Report will be presented by Christy McLean, our Director of Equity, State and Federal Programs.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Contreras. This is just a procedural approval. I was here maybe 2 months ago and you all approved the LCAP. During that approval, it gets sent to Santa Cruz County Office of Ed, and then they look over the budget and the writings and make sure that it's meeting all of the requirements. They make recommendations. We get the recommendations, we make the adjustments, which has been done, and then we come back for approval of those recommendations that came from the Santa Cruz County Office of Education. So I move that this is the final approval of the LCAP, and primarily it's the revisions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments to this item, 9.10?
We have one. Jessica Lazar.
Thank you. I would like to speak to the LCAP. I understand that it was already approved. I was actually on a leave and not here at that time, but I would like to point out that first of all, actions 1.28 and 1.29 were combined into a single VAPA action, 1.27, which states that a VAPA coordination position will help ensure comprehensive VAPA access across sites. So this seems to be in direct contradiction to the fact that we now have no VAPA coordinator. So it seems like we're out of alignment with what the LCAP here says, and it says it multiple times across the document. It also, and I just noticed when you were talking about student interest in these VAPA classes, it also says that we eliminated student interest rationale for VAPA classes. So you might want to review that. And you know, I love that LCAP funding and process. And like, if you go back just into the 22-23 LCAP, we were spending like $5 million on the arts, and expanding arts access for everyone was one of the main goals. And I think one of the things that I see in our current leadership is that the arts is not a priority, and it's not a goal, and it's not mentioned in most of our planning and documentation. So it's like really being kind of silently shut down because it's not a priority. And I don't think that the people who are supposed to speak to this really see it, like the people like myself who are at our schools and seeing how there's less and less arts available because you keep cutting it at the elementary school level based on release. Arts education needs to expand.
Thank you. And I will now bring it back to the board for discussion. Do we have any discussion from the board? Trustee Turley?
I move approval.
Thank you. Do we have any other discussion or a second?
I was just thumbing through it, but I'll second.
Thank you. So do we have, if we have no other further discussion, I will take a vote. We have a first and a second. I'm gonna wait, okay. All right, so all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 5-0-0-2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now that concludes our action items. We will now move on to our report and discussion items. Item 10.1 is our PVUSD VAPA strategic plan. This report will be presented by Claudia Monjaras, our Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development.
Good evening again, President Flores, Board of Trustees, Dr. Contreras. All right, so the document that you see here is actually a culmination of 3 years of work. If you scroll to the second page of the document, Sylvester, scroll down. Scroll, please. You'll see at the bottom of that page, it actually lists all of the people in our district and community partners who participated in creating the plan. It was done in conjunction with a consultant, and so they spent the last 3 years working on this plan that we are now able to bring to you guys to share. As you scroll through, one of the things I'd like to point out is on page 6. So let's kind of scroll to 6 there. One of the things to point out here is how the plan is structured. So it does address these 3 areas in terms of infrastructure, sustainability, and content. Within infrastructure, you'll see the pieces there that fall within infrastructure, same thing for sustainability, and then same thing for content. And then the actual plan and steps begin on page 8, where all of the information that the VAPA team put together to create the plan has put into these 3 areas with phases in terms of whether it's been initiate phase for now, or if it's established or expand phase. And then we've lined out tasks for implementation tasks for semester 1, semester 2. And then one of the areas that you'll see is blank is the measurable outcomes. That's one of the areas that we'll need to add to this with the VAPA committee. So, and then again, going back to who, those are the folks that are listed on that page. And then we would open it up to any other VAPA teachers that wanted to participate. And we have spoken also with our community partners when we met with them about it. So that will be the kind of the next step as we go through over the course of this year, is identifying both those student outcomes and then the adult outcomes on that.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do. Brandon Denise, Jessica Lazar, Bobby Marchesalt, and Marilyn Garrett.
Okay, I just wanted to speak to this because there is no strategic plan. I think we need to wake up and realize that your people in the district don't know as much as they're leading you to believe, and there is no VAPA strategic plan. And when we read that this plan was put together and some of those names that were on that first page of people who contributed to that, ask yourself how many of those people have been pushed out of this district by the behavior of our leaders and the disorganization that's just emanating from the towers. Stephanie Monroe, is she still here? Rhea Hurt, is she still here? So you guys want to say that you have a plan, but you don't actually respect the people enough to keep them around and empower them to do this work. Instead, you've pushed them out. We heard about being at risk of losing about $400,000 of Prop 28 money. Where's that plan? I'm sure that the people behind me are going to speak even more eloquently than I, but when we hear about forming committees and subcommittees, we had members trying to lead that work last year and trying to schedule meetings and discuss Prop 28 funds at their site level, and they were shut down by the same people who are telling you now in year 2 we're going to get this committee off the ground. We were trying to do that last year, but you guys don't work with us. So you don't have a plan. You need our help to make a plan, but you refuse to let us work with you. So.
Thank you again, Jessica Lazar. Again, I am one of those people who tried to start a Prop 28 committee at my former school last year, and Ms. Manjares called my principal and forced the meeting to be canceled. I was meeting with our school site councils and having parents and staff and talking about how we've been receiving, $80,000 each year, and there had been zero increase in the arts. Okay, but really, we really need our coordinator. This is the first year in 10 years that we haven't had one. A meeting at the beginning of the year. We've had amazing coordinators. They're super important. These plans, were made. And we need to connect with our city council, just made a whole Watsonville Arts Plan. We need to connect with them. There is no VAPA committee. What VAPA committee? We have had no professional development. It got canceled one day before it happened, in part because they scheduled it during our instructional time and there are no subs available. I mean, I appreciate that our new director of STEAM is trying their best and that curriculum instruction is trying their best, but we are a whole huge thing that we need a full person, not even half-time. We've had a half-time coordinator. We need a full-time coordinator to support this.
To advocate. Because principals alone are not gonna handle this. They don't have in their personal interest, if they don't have the knowledge and the experience to really advocate for the arts. We need to bring on board the whole community. We need to bring all the expertise, all the artists that are here in this community. We have people here, like Jessica said, we have artists that could be, but you need to be supporting those artists. You don't need to diminish their understanding or the importance of the arts in our programs, in our schools, in the education of our kids. Art is important.
For example, you weren't able to answer the board's questions that CSUMB
you.
and Cabrillo and the Uplift Workforce are developing VAPA Pathways grants for our local community artists to become certified to fill these
That's
positions.
your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi again, board. Obviously, a lot of this is connected to our Prop 28 conversation from earlier. And I gotta say, we know this, but just to name it, this system is broken when you can't get information from the people in the trenches when you are sitting here having these conversations. I'll have coffee with any of y'all anytime, please. I'd love to answer some of the questions you're asking. If you don't post jobs, they are hard to find. That's true. It's hard to fill them. And skip that. Anyways, many of us came out earlier this year in support of keeping our VAPA director when it was being talked about being taken off. And because you all voted and pushed to keep it, she was instead reassigned out of her position and has now left the district, and we have lost a great administrator. And there are, good administrators are important, hard to come by. We have sites, we have schools that have their own athletic directors. You realize that, right? Athletic director just for the school. Yet no site has a VAPA director. Our whole district doesn't have a VAPA director. That is what prioritizing the arts looks like. It looks like saying this is important enough to put money that we have free money to put into it, by the way, to really build programs. And yeah, we may have small classes, but we have money that can only be spent on arts. It takes time to build programs. Get somebody in there who can build a program over time, even if they start small. I sent an email last December with my concerns about VAPA. And Dr. Contreras, you said you were going to call me about that. We've never had that conversation. We had some other ones about other issues that were going on, but I still have yet to hear from you on that. Just so you know, I have expressed an interest in being a part of this through my principal, and I hope if an opportunity arises that I can be a part of hopefully seeing our district do a better job, because although I may be at one site, I am a parent here. I came here as an arts advocate before I was a teacher. We have great students in Watsonville with tons of talent, and we need to foster it and push them forward. Thanks.
Thank you. So now I will bring it back to the board for discussion. Oh, Marilyn, yeah, she did call you. I'm sorry. She did call you.
I'm in support of what all these teachers said. Arts and music are some of the most crucial things to have in school for learning and for enjoyment. And I would like to see these radiation emitting computers that are damaging kids replaced with musical instruments and teachers teaching the children and art equipment and supplies. I think it's a much better use of money and would benefit the children. Please take the advice of these teachers from the district, and I thank all and applaud all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and now I will bring it back to the board. I'm going to start with a question. So this committee, I did notice, some of the names are no longer with us, including our trustee, Adam Scal, but I know we have a brand new trustee who I know would probably love to be on this committee. So when will they meet again?
So that is something that we want to get started in the next, 4
Please.
weeks. That's something that we want to get started in the next 4 weeks.
That sounds great. And I would encourage, and you could have up to 3 trustees, correct? Or do you just want 1? Well,
We can have more than one.
yes. So up to 3, correct? Okay. So we can have up to 3 trustees if anyone is interested. And then if we can maybe put it out there to our other VAPA teachers, like Mr. Marcia Salt had mentioned that he would like to be on that. So
Yeah.
I would love to, see this continue to be a living strategic plan that's going to keep evolving. Any other questions? Trustee Flynn?
Thank you. I had written down VAPA coordinator, or VAPA site coordinator. So Bobby had mentioned that too. So I'm wondering if that is something that has been discussed, talked about, that could come from that 80%, just making sure that sites are on track to allocate and that it's their sole purpose to recruit and disseminate, I guess, funding and also programming.
Oh yeah, my mic is on for a second. I thought I wasn't sure it was on. So we can't use Prop 28 funds to pay for a coordinator at a site. That because it has to be paid for FTE that's working directly with students, like in the classroom. So we couldn't use any of that money to pay for a site coordinator.
Could there be one person assigned to be working directly with students, but also have that a part of their job?
Then only a portion of the position would be able to be funded. So whatever their, however many hours over the course of the week, whatever their FTE is over the course of the week that they work with directly with students could be paid from Prop 28, but the other part could not.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other discussion before we move on? Okay, thank you so much, and I look forward to hearing more from this. I will now move us on to item 10.2, the 2024-2025 student outcomes. This report will be presented by Dr. Heather Contreras, our Superintendent of Schools.
Okay, and at the request of the board, we wanted to take a look at our data and a little bit of momentum that we have created around data for the 24-25 school year. We still have our CASP data embargoed, and that's from our data dashboard. So we only have some sneak previews to that. We'll be able to report on that not until November. But some of early data, as Chrissy McLean mentioned earlier, we can share today. So go ahead, Silvestre. And of course, we bring us back to our mission and our vision. Our vision and mission was created in the November of 24, and we still adhere to that, where we are aiming to have every student graduating ready to share their unique skills and abilities and be a positive contributing member of their community and their world. Our mission is our commitment to cultivating a nurturing environment where every student thrives academically, socially, emotionally, and is empowered to flourish in a dynamic and evolving world. And you'll see our district goals that were developed also in 24 after the Look, Listen, and Learn journey. So goal number 1 is the focus on academic achievement. Goal number 2, positive school climate and family engagement. Goal number 3, fostering youth support. Goal number 4, improving outcomes for students with disabilities. And goal number 5, these are all our LCAP goals, supporting English learners in their language acquisition and academic achievement. And so we have our board, staff, and community learning journey. And part of what we want to report on is the work that we're doing with effective school boards. And one of the things with effective school boards that we're learning is really focusing on student outcomes and changing our board meetings even to have 50% of our time focused on student outcomes. And the definition of student outcomes is looking at data that is connected to what students know and can do. And that an effective school board is a school board that is continuously evaluating its own behavior to ensure that it's aligned with improving what students know and can do. And our work with effective school boards is helping us to understand that we're not going to see a change in our student outcomes until we work to change our adult behaviors. And that the adult behaviors that we're looking to change is only my adult behavior, our adult behavior. We can only be responsible for ourselves. And so that's what we're working on. We're not working to change anyone else but ourselves individually as a board. This work is led by AJ Craybill, and actually later tonight, we will close this board meeting and enter into a special board meeting, which was mentioned earlier this evening by a public speaker. And the work that we'll be doing is crafting questions that will go out into the community to ask, to try to ascertain what are the values and visions of the community to ensure that the actions that we take are directly aligned to the vision and values of the community. And tonight, a lot of what we've heard is things that the community is asking of us that maybe we haven't gotten right yet. So we do hear you, and we are going to be working to make sure we're getting that right. The purpose of the work we're doing is to ensure that we have a continuous improvement tool and that we are engaged in the 5 practices that an effective school board should be doing, which is a focused mindset, clarifying our priorities based on what the community is telling us, monitoring our progress towards those priorities, aligning our resources, meaning our time, our money, and our policies, and then communicating those results transparently and sharing those outcomes with the community. And so hopefully our public will be seeing more and more of that behavior from us as a board. All right, so the bottom line is that under AJ Craybill's leadership, the Effective School Boards Framework has been making a difference nationwide, and we're hoping to see it make a difference right here in PVUSD. So heading into looking at what we're learning from effective school boards is that effective school boards look at data and they look at what is happening for our student outcomes. One of the things that we know is that students can't learn unless they are in their seats. And so last year we embarked on a big attendance campaign. That attendance campaign continues to this day. Myra Fernandez from our Child Welfare and Attendance Department has been working diligently to continue leading that campaign. And so we're going to take a look at what our attendance did. So in 23-24, we had a 91% attendance rate, and 24-25, we ended up at 90, we would have ended up in P1, our first reporting at 92.7%. At the end of the year, that's what we were hoping to finish at, but the immigration raids did not help us, and we did see a big dip in our second reporting period, which is P2. So we did still see great improvement from 23-24 to 24-25. And that helps us not just with student achievement, but it also helps us with our revenues. And when our revenues are up, we can also do more for our services for students. Our chronic absenteeism also declined by a huge 2%. Moving the needle 2% is a huge accomplishment, and that is really a collective effort. That's a collective effort from the teachers in the classroom, from all of the classified staff that also help, our bus drivers, our nutrition services got behind this. Everyone did their part to be a part of that initiative. This is straight from the dashboard, our California dashboard. While we get rated by a color, our color last year was yellow, which is in the middle. We did slip down into the orange, even though we saw improvement. Because the dashboard is based on a growth model, we just didn't get enough improvement to move us into another color or to keep steady. So this year we're going to have to get even trickier with all of our initiatives and campaigns to really work on that chronic absenteeism. But we're still proud of that decline that we saw. So some of our schools, we had contests between them. We reported who were winners week by week in each of our grade spans. So Mar Vista last year won at 94%. Rolling Hills Middle School was the high roller at at 94%. And Watsonville High School took it away at 93% attendance rate. We were aiming for 98%, and we are still going to try to hit that mark. And we are embarking on quite a few different strategies to try to do that, even just trying to hit one day a month where we have all our schools at 98%. And we also look at and examine data of where do we have grade levels that are doing really well with their attendance and maybe we can learn from those grade levels. And then where do we have grade levels that are maybe not doing as well? So mysteriously, our second graders have the best attendance along with our sixth graders. And our TK students and kindergarten students have the poorest attendance. And that is a trend that is actually statewide and nationwide. The suspicion there is that those little guys, as they're building up their resistance to germs, tend to get sick more. Our attendance slogan, what we found is that when we involve the students really get involved themselves. And so we ran, just like last year, the competition to see who would have this year's attendance campaign slogan. Last year was "You can't achieve your dreams unless you show up to chase them." And this year it's "Attend today, achieve tomorrow." And the attendance campaign slogan winner was Aaliyah Garcia at Cesar Chavez Middle School. Yeah, I know, right? Yay! And the graphics that are on this design were also designed by students as well. So you'll see these, they're yard signs all over our district. They're in front of houses. I have one in front of my house. I made my parents put one in front of their house. On the flip side of these signs, yard signs, is also our theme for the year, and it says "Be kind." So we have kind of the dual slogans going on. So here's a little bit of our preliminary dashboard indicators, those that are not embargoed that we can share right now. So going on to the next one. So just to remind everyone of the dashboard indicators, this is a growth model. So state of California in its infinite wisdom did look at having us monitor ourselves by how we demonstrate growth over time. So we're assigned colors based on the growth that we demonstrate percentage-wise, but we're also looking at our students moving from a normed reference point, and we call that the distance from standard. So we can also move colors over not just by percentages of students meeting or getting close to that standard, but also at the distance from standard that they grow. So this chart shows where you would fall to get assigned a color, red being the worst, the lowest, or the poorest performing, and blue being the best and what we would strive for. So for our suspension rate, huge point of celebration, and we attribute this to our positive behavior intervention system that we use, as well as our restorative practices that most sites are trained in. Our suspension rate went from a color rating of orange and jumped all the way to a color rating of green, with a huge decline, which is a good thing with suspension, you want to see it decline, of negative 1.6%. So that's a huge point of celebration. Our graduation rate, which is something that we really pushed on, and this is our cohort graduation rate. So our students who entered in 9th grade and went all the way through, that rate increased by 1.4% with a 92% graduation rate in the cohort. That's a huge number to increase by for cohort graduation rate. Wasn't something that was being monitored prior to last year very closely by the sites. It's been a process, and we established a whole team. That's our GRIT team that you've heard about before, graduation rate intervention team. Happens at all of our high schools. And it's been a very successful process. And so we attribute that increase to that process and everyone getting on board with really monitoring that data point. Now we have our annual graduation rate. We talked about getting very close to 98% at many of our high school sites. However, this isn't reflected in this chart because the annual grad rate that gets reported to the state is the grad rate, the number of graduates on the actual graduation day. So the day they walk the stage, the day school ends. We recouped many students who did attend summer school and attained their credits and did get a diploma in hand. So we'll have those actual numbers because those are probably more important to us because we know that those are the students that we got through the finish line. But for the actual date, our numbers came in higher than the previous year for all of our high schools. And we're very proud of those numbers. Our principals and site admin teams, our teachers, everyone worked very hard to ensure that our students meet those requirements. In college and career, this is another huge success rate. One of the things the state of California wants to see is that all of our students are college and career ready, and we want to see that as well. So college and career ready is defined as meeting A through G, so that you can go to a UC or CSU, or that you have completed a CTE pathway and been passed the CAS assessment with a 3 or a 4 in math or ELA. And so you can see last year, our college and career was a color coding of orange, and we are estimating, because of our increase, that we are probably going to come in with a color coding of green, a huge growth jump. So we're very excited about that. And for now, that is it for our student comment, for our student outcomes. And did we have public comment?
10.2.
Marilyn Garrett and Chris Webb.
So in the interest of improving student outcomes, I think just to reiterate a recurring theme, we should stop pretending that top-down operations are doing more good than harm. I think we got a piece of that, but with our attendance campaigns, right? I think we understand that when we get students involved, it does good things for us. Also, I'm thinking about this because in 23-24, a brand new administrator to Renaissance decided top down, we're going to get rid of grades and we're going to get rid of variable credits and we're going to go to pass fail. This, I think, it might have boosted your graduation rate, but it probably hurt your attendance rate because basically it was inflation, and it's going to lead to, so some students, they're very savvy, and if they realize that they can get the full credit by doing 60% of the work, the bare minimum to pass, they don't even have to attend. Sometimes they can attend less, and it degrades the entire integrity of the program. Also, that same administrator, I touched on at the last meeting how there was an air quality, there was a water quality test done, and I shared the results. But the more important part is that administrator had to set up a climate where teachers didn't feel like they could even have that kind of test done. So we need to be making sure that we're protecting our staff who can protect our students. And if people don't feel protected, they might not come. One of the costs of that top-down administration was that when the student advocate at that site was removed, the student body president, they wound up not even graduating on time. It changed, it hurt them emotionally. That's a serious cost. Also, just on the same kind of realm, I think Renaissance should have an air quality monitor, just like they have at Ohlone. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will now bring this back to the board for any discussion. Do we have any discussion from the board? Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, Marilyn. Yes, you did. I'm sorry. That was my fault this time.
Years ago. If we don't have rights to health, we basically have no rights for optimal academic student outcomes. And omitted in your report, it is imperative to provide a healthy, non-toxic learning environment. PVUSD learning environment is contraindicated as 3 key documented categories of known toxicity saturate children and staff alike. Pesticides, it says freedom from pesticides is everybody's right. Microwave Wi-Fi broadband antenna radiation, and pharmaceutical vaccine chemical injections. This school board has been publicly presented by me written material over the years substantiating harm. The evidence has been studiously disregarded by this educational PVUSD body. Regarding wireless versus wireless in the classroom, I refer to Dr. Martha Herbert, and I will give you copies of this. She says, I am a pediatric neurologist and neuroscientist on the faculty of Harvard Medical School and on staff at the Massachusetts General Hospital. I am board certified in neurology and special competency in child neurology and susceptibility certification in neurodevelopmental disorders.
Thank you, Marilyn.
I would like to, this is critical and you are disregarding it.
Thank you. That's your
I
time.
wish somebody else would read this.
Thank you.
I will give you copies. Not having a healthy environment
Thank you,
makes
Marilyn.
meaningless.
Thank you.
What was just presented.
Okay, I'll now bring it back to the board for any discussion from the board. I thank you for this presentation. I know we wanted to try to have some more focus on our student outcomes, and so that's why we had asked for you to share this with us. You had presented this for, I believe, the Sentinel Board, yes, and so thank you for bringing it public, and I look forward to seeing more about our CAST scores. And I also, have mentioned this before, but I hope we have some sort of campaign going across our sites to really encourage, yes, our kids to try a little, harder with that testing, because I know my own say, Mom, it doesn't affect our grades. So why, so I just feel like if we, can think of something fun, involve the children, the students, to see what they feel is a great idea to try to get a little more enthusiasm around testing. I know nobody loves testing, but it is how we are able to, gauge our progress. So it's important. Any other comments from the board, or should I move on? Okay, I will move on to our consent agenda. So consent items are routine items coming before the board. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
There's individual ones. Do you want to do them all together? Okay. Brandon Denise. Wendy San Juan. Erin Johnson, Chris Webb. Carolyn West. Bobby Marchesalt. And Chris Webb.
Okay, so with these, can I just clarify, because I think we deserve 2 minutes to each individual item we spoke for, because we have reasons for each one why we'd like to speak to them. So I know I put in for 11.3, 11.18.
You have 2 minutes
So
total
I
for
need
consent.
2 minutes for each item. That's not fair. It's not fair. We need time for each item.
No, I'm pretty sure that it's 2 minutes for this. We're on consent
That would be
agenda,
open
and
up
you'll
the
have
door
2
for you
minutes.
to be
I
able
can't
to
allow
shoehorn
6 minutes.
so much through. These used to be individual items that were deferred automatically, and we would talk about them. So I can't possibly cover the things I want to talk about in 2 minutes when these agendas are so loaded. Like, we need to be able to go item by item for the things we've talked about and discuss why we want to talk about them.
Okay, can I have some, what do you feel, board? Did you put 3 cards in for each item?
I put 1 card in for 11.3. I put 1 card in for 11.9. I put a card in for 11.18.
Okay, if you can do all of your items all at once, that would be great.
Okay, so wham bam. Thank you, folks. All right. So then my first item is 11.3, which is the approval to the MOU for the bell schedule at PV High School. The reason why I want to talk about this is because I just want to shed light that in this MOU for PV High School's bell schedule, it is written that the advisory period, the content of the advisory periods shall be determined in consultation with the site leadership team. We have teachers at Pajaro Valley High School who have put together a plan with MILPA to bring in MILPA during the advisory and enrichment time. And that plan, for reasons we don't know, has been rejected by either the cabinet or the site level administration. So I want to shed light onto that MOU, because while I agree, you don't pull this from the deferred consent, it should be passed, because the reason it's here tonight is because there was the minutes were wrong. But I want you guys to be aware that that MOU is not being implemented as intended, and we should have some say in what happens during the enrichment period. And our members want to bring MILPA in during that time, and they're being rejected. So that's that item. So I'll go to the next one. Start myself a new timer. Oh, man. So next, I'll skip over 11.9 just to do us all a favor, but I will go to 11.12 next. So I would like this item to be pulled and discussed because, again, resolutions are word on paper, and I think it is important to proclaim October as LGBTQ plus History Month. But I was just at a school site today on a site visit, and I saw no pride flag being flown at that site. So it's important for this board to understand that a communication was sent out from district leadership to site supervisors and site administrators, and it had the rules on how sites should fly flags. It had the American flag, you don't fly it at night unless it's well lit. It had we're flying the POW flag, and the language for the pride flag was problematic because it said that it may be flown, and it listed 3 months that it may be flown, which if you're familiar with language, you know that may is a lot weaker than shall or will. And so when we give something to our administrators and our sites that say, you may fly the pride flag, what's happening is people are saying, well, then I may not. And they're looking at the political climate and they're seeing all this discourse. And there's people who say, we're not going to get into that fight. We're just going to quietly not fly the pride flag because we might upset one hateful person. Like, no. We need to pull this, we need to talk about this, and we need to have some courage to say that it's not that we may fly it, it's that we shall fly it, and we can't be so scared of the federal administration that we're compromising our integrity. So 11.12, pull it, and let's make it more than just about words on a page. I'll go to my next one. And the last one I want to talk about is the 11.18, the amendment to the Effective School Solutions Contract. This is absolutely in every way supplanting the work of our counselors. And I know Dr. Contreras is telling you that it's not, that it's tier 1 supports, that our counselors don't do that it's different. That is all smoke and mirrors. And I think some of that was exposed in the earlier discussion on Mr. Castillo's contract, that you all are told things coming into these board meetings that are just not true and they're not reflective of reality. So the amendment to the Effective School Solutions Contract is to bring a mental health coach into Pajaro Middle School, a site where you all have cut a counselor. So you can't cut a counseling position at a site and then say, well, we're going to bring in this outside group who are doing the same work. You're being lied to. It is the same work, and supplant that work. And oh, don't worry about it. It's grant funded. It's restricted funded. It's taking work away from our bargaining unit, and it's taking a tool to meet the needs of our students away. So this amendment would increase the current contract by $88,000 for someone who's working with a maximum of 30 students. We have one counselor at Rolling Hills right now who is working at 600 students, and that cost is about the same. So why would we be willing to spend $88,000 on a person without a credential who's only going to serve 30 students when we can just bring back a counselor who's going to have more impact, who's going to be able to collaborate with our teachers, participate in the SST process? A lot of times these mental health coaches, they're actually a burden, and they end up being more work on our counselors because now we're having to train someone who doesn't communicate with us and doesn't know the systems of our school. This contract is absolutely supplanting our work. It's an unfair labor practice. The money is there, please listen to us, because the people in the district office don't know what they're talking about. They're still reviewing job descriptions and looking at, numbers and enrollment. Our students are here, they're suffering, they need support from a counselor. Done.
2 items too.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wendy San Juan. I will be speaking on 2 items. I'll go ahead and start off with 11.18. Middle school is a turning point in a child's life, academically, socially, and emotionally. School counselors are the only professionals trained to guide students through these challenges. And we are at our school sites daily. And no other role can replace that expertise. When services are supplanted or counselor hiring is frozen, students lose that support that directly impacts their achievement, safety, and well-being. This isn't just a staffing decision, it's a student equity decision. Our kids deserve counselors, not cutbacks or cookie cutter ideas. So I urge you, lift the hiring freeze, protect counselor positions, and put students first. It has been communicated that the district is not supplanting services, but how do you all want us to believe you and trust you when counselors used to meet quarterly as an entire body? Middle school counselors used to meet weekly. And as we notice middle school needs increase, we discussed and found ways to streamline services, analyze trends, and support one another because the district has failed to support us. Last year, we only met twice with our district leaders. This year, crickets. We haven't heard from no one. 3 positions are on hold. Our newcomer academy counselor position was cut. You want us to build Medi-Cal, but you haven't trained us. You changed the way we log notes and didn't tell us, but you are using the data against us? And now you are using a grant to temporarily bring agencies to our district while refusing to invest in permanent positions. I have a suggestion. Why don't you look for a grant to bring in more counselors? Permanent positions. The next item I wanted to go ahead and speak on was 11.7, Expanding Learning Youth Cinema Project. Thank you, Jen, and your team for this initiative. My daughter was selected last year in 8th grade to be a part of the Youth Cinema Project. The stories that came out of that project were personal and direct student narratives. I was sad last year to hear from my administration that IEHA would no longer be eligible to have that program on our site. I am glad tonight that this is back on this agenda for a vote because of the impact that I saw. My students didn't understand the impact they were having in a global community. Going to Hollywood, by the way, I'm from LA. So going to Hollywood was a phenomenal aspect for a lot of the students in the Pajaro Valley and the families we got to interact with. So I hope we could take more students to Hollywood to see themselves on the big screen and really enhance their stories, their lived experiences through these films. I'm so proud. Shout out to my EA students who are now Watsonville Wildcats. I am so proud of you for stepping out of your comfort zone and doing something that maybe you did not expect to do. So thank you to the Expanded Learning Program.
My name is Erin. I'm speaking on 11.13 and 0.14. My heart is to communicate this comment with a spirit of humility and as a learner and as a student of what's going on with the board. I'm learning, I'm new. So first, I want to acknowledge the mental health professionals who spoke last meeting and tonight. Yeah, I can hear the emotion in the voices in the room, and the investment in the students and their care is very evident. I want to just acknowledge that they stepped up during one of the most difficult times. I'm talking about the pandemic. that our students and families have ever faced. And your work supporting students through grief, anxiety, and isolation was and is essential. So thank you for being there when our community needed you. Today, this is where there's a bit of a question for me. It seems like we're in a different place, not in terms of need, which is still very real. I don't think anyone can argue that. But in terms of funding, I don't pretend to know the ins and outs of the budget. But I do know that the district received ESSER funds during the pandemic that allowed us to expand mental health staffing. But those funds, it's my understanding, were temporary and one-time emergency dollars, and a use or lose situation in those funds, I believe, are gone now and have sunsetted. And so now the district faces difficult decisions, not just about services, but about long-term sustainability. Hiring full, can I still speak on the second item?
Oh, yes, if you had 2 items?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Hiring full-time staff is not just about salary. Again, this is just my understanding, limited, but also about benefits and pension, and would be a long-term commitment, which I totally think is the ideal. And it's also, again, it seems like it's funded from our ongoing general fund. So the questions that I want to ask respectfully, especially to the amazing counselors who might still be in the room, is, again, with humility, do you believe that the district can realistically afford to maintain all of the positions long-term without cutting other essential services or staff? Would you support a hybrid or contracted model if it meant we could preserve mental health support while staying financially solvent? And if we did move to contract-based services, would some of you consider staying on in that capacity? And I am curious to know how many mental health positions were brought on with the ESSER funds. So yeah, these aren't easy questions, but I feel like they're necessary ones because you guys were hired to oversee the budget and to balance it, and that it is your responsibility, and it's a tough job. And so, so if we continue on the current path, it seems like we risk overcommitting the district financially and possibly being forced to make even harder cuts later to programs, to teachers, or to the counselors. So just ask that the board would consider these things, and can we explore cost-effective ways to maintain mental health services without creating an unsustainable burden on our future budgets? Thank you.
Point of order?
Yes.
It's 10:16. Would you like a motion to extend the
Yes,
meeting? And how
please.
long do you think?
And please remember, we do need to reconvene to close session.
Right.
So so we don't have to do this again, extend it till like 1.
Okay, and hope that we're done before that.
Yes, yes.
And would that include the time of the special meeting? The
that's
special meeting's separate. and
Special
starts
meeting
whenever
is
it's done.
separate.
Yeah, we're gonna have to back to close, come out and close this meeting and then open the special meeting.
So when we're talking about how long we should extend this, we don't have to take into consideration special?
No.
Okay. I make a motion that we extend this meeting until 1 a.m.
Thank you. I second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That motion passes 5002. Thank you. Oh, who did? You opposed? Okay, so motion passed 4012. Next comment. Thank you.
Hi, it's me, Carolyn again. I have to mash everything together, I know, and I just wanted to speak out in support of VAPA. I studied graphic design before I went to nursing school, so that's a soft spot for me. My button does say nursing is an art, so there is that crossover. I also wanted to address the chronic absenteeism. That is also an interest for school nurses. I had been talking with Myra about us being more involved in the SARB process in Modesto. That was kind of a given that the nurses were part of that process since parent-reported illnesses of their kids was often, whether it was accurate or not, it was attributed to their absence. So I would like to look at that again. It's just hard because we're spread so thin. I am hoping that we're going to have the meetings with you, Dr. Contreras, when you have a moment or two. Yeah. But basically I'm speaking in support of our counselors and not contracted people that are being brought in, but people that are there who are already there and not cutting those positions. Like I said earlier, there's so much overlap between the kind of the mind-body connection. Kids somaticize a lot of different things, so we're always trying to find out what is really bothering them. I mean, just in the past week or so, I've had a student that was anorexic. I had a student, I had a transgender student. I had a student that was coming with tachycardia because she was having a panic attack. A student with poorly managed diabetes. He wasn't doing the things he's supposed to because he was embarrassed. And a student with facial abnormalities because of a genetic condition. And those are all things that I can help with, but I'm not trained for that. And so I'm speaking in support of the counselors. So thank you.
Speaking to 11.3, I see this and it just reminds me of the same top-down problematic decision-making that we had in 23-24 at Renaissance. It would be the same administrator who altered that schedule, that bell schedule, and did so in a way that led to less supervision for our students, less relationship building with them, and also created inequities across the district in terms of adjunct duties. And I think you heard a little bit of that tonight when Desi spoke, right? He spoke about like supervision issues, like here it's manifesting, right? And I called this out then. I think the district, the leadership, the HR at the time, they went with the wrong person. Also, that same admin at the time at Renaissance was kind of hostile to having MILPA then, but they're for the police being there. And there was times where, like you had on the PBIS thing, like, oh yeah, that's part of our suspensions, our decline. I think, yeah, that might be, but it's also like, I remember that same admin, like, reporting something and then, sorry, can't come in time to deal with it. And then like, some pen is never picked up, some vape pen. I think this whole thing just reminds me that the real training we need is we need to get that CRE training for our admin. That's what was supposed to be delivered. I think don't do 1110, do the CRE training, which already I thought you guys agreed to. What we should get an update on that. I'm going to move on to my other item and just say that kind of on leadership still, 1110. Joy, at the last meeting, you had said that that you're like, if your values don't reflect the community, you would leave. I think that's not the way. I'm glad that you showed up today and the way you've shown up. And I think we need you here. So you should continue to be here and like let them vote you out. Like don't cave to these hater types, especially when they're tearing down pride flags and all that. We can't have it. Also, I wanted to say that I do agree that I do think it's supplanting for 1118. And I know I've also felt the same way at the last meeting when it came to PVPSA and the Valor program. I felt like that Valor program was kind of supplanting the work of Renaissance. And I think that one of the reasons that we shouldn't go in that way is because not only are you delivering less services to students, in my experience, these type of programs, they're not integrated in the same way that I don't work. The connection between like PVPSA and myself as a teacher is not the same as the connection between myself and like a counselor. A counselor decided to run a Hope Club at Watsonville High. And when the tragedy recently came, she was right away like supporting even the staff. And then like so touching today was when one of her students, somebody I actually personally knew, she had them come and bring me a card. Like I don't think PVPSA is going to do this. So I think for our students, for our staff, we are better served by our actual people. And then also, I just want to give a quick shout out to ELOP. Thank you for allowing my son to join the summer school or the summer camp. His first time ever at any summer camp. And just yesterday, my little girl's like, when can I go? And she's 4 now, so maybe next year.
All right, I know you're loving this. I did turn in 2 cards also. I'll try and stay under both, so not keep you here too long. But first one was 11/12, the proclamation for LGBTQ plus History Month. I know a lot of you know, and this is one of the times I like to put on that hat that I also have been a minister for a long time. And I tread lightly with that because I have been disappointed with some of the way that this space has been used recently to even use sacred text to weaponize against our board and to preach and pray from here. But I also, freedom of speech, we all get to do our thing. And, you know, I did go to school. I got a certificate in sexuality and religion in seminary, and also was able to speak last year on faith and gender at our gender summit. And as somebody who recognizes that this community has been marginalized by a lot of my communities in the past, I think it's important to recognize that we have many clergy in the area who have even come here and said, we appreciate the support of our district for our students. So thank you for passing that. I am a little disappointed that it's on the consent agenda because in the past that has been its own item. And I think that we need to make it its own item so that we make it clear that we are supporting our students. So I would love to see that as its own item in the future. And I support what Brandon said about even pulling it off and doing an individual vote on that. The other one was 11.18. Yes, I want to also speak in favor of our counselors. If you want this contract, I mean, to some degree, I'm not opposed. What I would say is hire back our counselors and then look at the contract. There's questions about whether or not we can afford it, but this was something that we were doing, my understanding, long before COVID hit. We had 2 counselors at all of our sites. So this is not something, I don't think that's ESSER fund related. I think this is something that we had that needs to remain in place. And once you do that, sure, bring on more support. I am all for community partnerships and bringing those in, but not at the cost of what's best for our students and for the people who are credentialed and doing the work really in the trenches with our students. So please maybe forgo this for now until we bring back those counselors. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I bring it back to the board. Are there any items the board would wish to defer? Oh. I'm sorry. I'm just used to seeing everyone lined up there. So when I see no more people, I think we're done.
Okay. 11.6 says Vistra Higher Learning ELD curriculum, sales, soar, and connect. And this sounds like computers and Wi-Fi stuff. And citing this letter from neurologist Martha Herbert, she said, and it's regarding wireless versus wired in the classroom. It's to LA City Schools, but appropriate here. I recently accepted an invitation to review literature pertinent to the potential link between autism, spectrum disorder, and electromagnetic frequencies and radio frequency radiation. I set out to write a paper of modest length, but found much more literature than I had anticipated to review. I ended up producing a 60-page single-spaced paper with over 550 citations. She tells where it is available. And current technologies were designed and promulgated without taking into account biological impacts other than thermal effects. We now know that there are a large array of impacts that have nothing to do with heating of tissue. The claim from Wi-Fi proponents proponents that the only concern is thermal impacts is now definitely outdated scientifically. EMFR from Wi-Fi and cell towers can exert a disorganizing effect on the ability to learn and remember, and can also be destabilizing to immune and metabolic function. This will make it harder for some children to learn, particularly those who are already having problems in the first place. Powerful industrial entities have a vested interest in leading the public to believe that
Thank you,
EMF,
Marilyn.
which we cannot, is harmless. This is not true.
Thank you, Marilyn. Okay, so now I will bring it back to the board to see if there are any items the board would wish to defer.
11.12, 11.18, and 11.7.
Okay, are there any others? So if you'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda with the removal of those three items, 11.7, 11.12, and 11.18. Did you want to make that motion?
I make a motion to approve consent agenda minus 11.7, 11.12, and 11.18.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 5002. And now we will move on to our deferred consent agenda items. So we'll start with 11.7, our expanded learning youth cinema project. Joy, did you have questions on this one?
I did. So this I'm learning that it was something that was during school before, and now it's moving to after school.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then, so the questions that I'm getting from constituents and other people is, how does that affect accessibility for students to be able to?
Yeah, great question. So it was previously funded, I believe, by ESSER. And so our options at this point are to discontinue the program fully or to move it into after-school program. It is a pretty expensive program. The contract you're looking at does not include teacher time, that we, in addition to this contract, we'll be hiring teachers to teach after school. So it's a pretty large contract for the number of students that we're seeing. So we will be decreasing the number of schools and sites. However, we will be continuing the program. We also, I'm really excited to add that it's going to be a credit attainment. And so it's not a credit recovery, it's actually going to be credit attainment classes.
Cool. Thank you. That's awesome. And then is there any way that Prop 28 funding could be used for this at all?
So that, I would defer to Claudia, but that would be part of that 19%, which becomes really hard to be able to use.
Okay.
So what we could do is the teacher, if they're PVUSD employees, if they're in after school, we could use Prop 28 funds to pay for the teacher part of it, but not for the contract itself.
Okay. And then is this sustainable? I guess you answered that question if we're able to use Prop 28.
What we're looking at is actually a triple funding source to be able to run this program after school. And so this year will be the pilot program, and we'll be able to see if it's successful because we can access Prop 28. We'll be accessing ELOP funding, Expanded Learning Opportunities funding. And because we'll be having a certificated teacher, we will be able to collect the attendance recovery program. And so we'll be able to collect ADA on these students if they've missed school during this time.
Awesome.
And so we hope that we're being able to find a very successful pilot program, and if we're able to generate different sources of revenue, that's how we're going to be able to make it sustainable. We don't know that yet, and so we're starting small. We wanted to find a way to not stop the program and be able to see, can we find a way to make it sustainable for our students?
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any other questions on this item or a motion? Oh, yes, trustee Navarro?
I just want to clarify that I read the contract right. Is this just for one class at one site?
This is just one class at one site, and we will be moving forward with just 1 year.
So just the cost of the contract with no teachers is $2,500 a student?
Yes, it actually, I had just had it pulled. I believe the full contract, yeah, that's the cost. That does not include any staffing cost. And then it breaks it down on the actual contract. It shows you the total cost with the management, the professional training. That total cost for that 1 year does not include our PVUSD staffing costs that we have to pay in addition to that.
So how much does a typical after-school program cost per student?
So it varies. I can let you know that we have staff members that work anywhere from $25 an hour is our cheapest classes that we run to we have some classes that run about $250 for 2 classes that day.
Because this sounds like an amazing opportunity, but one of the things when I joined the board that I looked at is how many students are being affected and how much money we're spending per student. And I have some reservations about spending over $3,000 a student for one class that serves 30 kids.
Yeah, and so what I would share with you is we are going to be hopefully being able to use the attendance for our assets grants, our expanded learning funding, and then also trying this out as a pilot to see if we can actually get revenue back from ADA. So if those students that are in the high school have missed school day, up to 10 school days, and they come to this program, then they'll be able to make up that revenue and we'll be bringing funds in as well.
This is a one-year contract?
This is a 1-year contract.
Can, if we approve this next year, can you bring that information back to see how much money we spent per student for this course?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, piggybacking off of trustee Navarro, is if it isn't approved, what happens to that money that you have earmarked for this?
It would go straight back to other classes, often enrichment and VAPA classes. We have looked at other providers for film classes as well. We used Thomas Farm Films this summer. So we have worked with other providers for film classes. That's something that we really want to do. We knew that the district and the community had interest in continuing this contract, and that's why we brought it forward, was because we heard great feedback and we wanted to see if this pilot program would work for the future.
I know that we have a missing trustee that would probably be very much in support of this as he's a filmmaker. So, yeah, I would wish I could hear more about that. But I'm not a filmmaker, although my minor was radio, television, film. So I make a motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 5002. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to item 11.12, resolution proclaiming October as LGBTQ+ History Month. And trustee Flynn, you pulled this. Did you have questions on this?
Where did it say May? I could not find that.
I can clear that up. Hi.
Okay.
Chrissy McLean, Director of Equity, Federal and State Programs. If you are referring to the comment that was made earlier, none of that is in this resolution. So there was a communication that did not go through the channels that usually are run through. Folks being helpful and some flag clarifications. And in that memo, it stated when and where and how to fly flags. And in the first one that went out, it did say for the progress flag that you may fly it on the days that our resolution said staff will, schools will. So then a second memo did go out that corrected the will. Nonetheless, it's hard when you have a second communication and some people think about the first communication. So to make sure it's very clear, it's also included clearly in this resolution.
Thank you, because I didn't see it, so I was very confused by that. I was like, I thought I read this, so that didn't stand out to me. So, okay, thank you so much. That was it.
Any other questions before I take a motion? Yes, trustee Turley?
Someday I'd like the resolution to say that we'll fly it all the time because our LGBTQ students we need to make sure that they're feeling like they belong every day.
Trustee Turley, I will speak to that because we did tell the school sites that in working with their school community, if that was a school community decision to do, that they could do that.
So it's a must.
Yeah, for the resolution months that the board did pass policy on, then they're flying it. But for the rest of the time, they can work with their school community and make those decisions.
And I did attend the Aptos Watsonville High football game and walked through the quad, and it was flying at Aptos High. So I was very glad to see that because it isn't just LGBTQ, it is BIPOC as well. So as a Black person, and there's so few on that campus, it's much more inclusive than just LGBTQ. So it's an important thing for everybody to feel like they're seen and have a sense of belonging. Thank you.
I'm still looking for a motion.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Right, any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, motion carries 5002. Thank you. Now we will move on to item 11.18. This is the amendment to our effective school board solutions contract. And trustee Flynn, you had a question on this one.
Okay. Oh gosh, I had so many emails about this. Probably the most I've had. Oh, go ahead.
So I think this is probably what trustee Flynn is going to allude to, but can you please explain, we got a lot of concerns about supplanting. Can you please, as clear as possible, explain why you don't feel that it is supplanting?
If you want to take, I can start. And I think the biggest reason why this is not taking the place of our counselors who all hold PPS credentials is that the wellness coaches do not hold that credential. They're not qualified to do the same work that our counselors are. Most of the wellness coaches or all of the wellness coaches have bachelors, and they're hired for a lower level of work than what our school counselors are hired for. Is that clear?
Yeah, so I think also we can clarify a little bit is that this was a grant that was chased after to expand services to our students. The grant specifically was for middle school students because we frequently hear that middle school students have a particular need. Staff saw the opportunity for the grant and didn't really see any harm in applying for the grant, thinking this was something that could bring additional resources to our students. This grant was applied for several months ago.
Yeah, and it was countywide. And, so we are one of many LEAs that have this grant. And one of the main reasons for it too is that with our new child, youth, and behavioral initiative for billing, is that the wellness coaches can bill and receive funds back. And so this was a way to get some of that billing started for a school district with a very kind of low threshold of us having to put money out first to see if the billing is going to actually support and be able to sustain not only a position like our wellness coaches, but our school counselors are going to be able to bill, and our mental health clinicians are already billing within the district. So it's a good way to, start some of this process.
Can the grant money be used for the counselor positions, or is it just for this?
It's just for the wellness coaches.
So I want to just acknowledge that it really did put a lot of counselors on edge. And what I'm understanding is that they're feeling very threatened by this. So I think that needs to be acknowledged and considered. So some of the questions that were sent my way, where is it? Is the contract meant to replace the roles of the social emotional counselors whose contracts are ending this year?
No, that's not the purpose of the wellness coach.
Okay. Why has the district administration not communicated this availability to line staff? And
So like, why didn't we fly the positions? And
so these are constituent questions, and so there's some inner workings that I don't understand. So I was hoping maybe you would.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not quite sure, but I think that's about flying the positions. And again, this is a 1-year funded position, so we did want to take, not have a lot of. We wanted to see if this would work for a year with the staff from ESS to see if the billing would be able to go through, that if we're actually going to be getting funds back because of it, they're all grant funded, and it will hopefully be money that will be coming back to the district when they start billing.
Yeah, and there was some questions about caseload as well, because it didn't see, there were 30 versus.
Yeah, and I think because I reread that when I heard Brandon say that it was only 30, and I think it's like 30 in the room at a time. It reads a little bit different when you read the actual contract. So I know that students come in and out of wellness centers all day long, and so we don't stop like, okay, it's been the 31st student that's come in today, we're stopping it at that. It's like at any given time, there's not to be more than 30 students.
Thank you for that clarification.
Trustee Navarro? Historically, is this work that counselors used to do?
I don't believe so. This is a new position in our wellness.
But I mean specifically the work that the wellness coaches are doing. Is this something that the middle school counselors were doing before?
No.
Okay.
Will not be.
I have a question.
Trustee Carrasco?
What are the responsibilities of a wellness coach? Like, what will they be doing?
So we're creating that with our wellness coaches. This is a new position. Ben Slider and I have been working together. They will be supporting students, and as they come into the wellness centers, or they can do observations in classrooms, they can work with students that are coming in to check in on how they're doing. So they'll have kind of a list of things that they can do and how they can support students.
In the wellness
In
centers?
the wellness centers.
Okay. So, and then I just want to clarify, we are not paying for any of this because it's grant funded.
So for the 5 that were already approved, those ones were all grant funded. This last position, there is cost to this position. And what I said on when I wrote the write-up about it is that hopefully it will be actually cost neutral because we will be getting funds back. But the original cost is a cost to us.
Okay, so
I
the
don't know if I
first 5
explained that very well.
positions, we don't pay, but the 6th one we are paying for.
Yes, and we wanted to do that so that we would have all 6 middle schools have a wellness coach. so that one of the middle schools wasn't left off of it.
Because we approved this contract quite a while ago.
Yes.
For the 5. And so this is an amendment to that contract to add one more, but the grant only doesn't cover the additional amount.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Was this requested by the site?
Yes. Yes. We talked to all of the principals at the sites, and they all did request this, and, so all of them wanted it.
I have another question. Who's going to train them?
We've already started working with both ESS, where the agency that they're working with, so they're supporting with training them, and then we're also supporting with training them. Ben and I had a very first meeting with them to go over some of the PBIS that we're already doing in the district, things like that.
Okay. I wouldn't want to put that on the counselors who already have
yeah.
things.
Yeah, so we've already thought about the training and the support that we would give to them, and so we're not asking the counselors to do that.
Okay.
Okay, I know that the hope is that it be cost neutral. What is the likelihood of that? What is the, and I guess I'm asking because if, in case it is not, or I guess how will it be? It sounds like through billing, insurance or something. And then, could we instead hire our own staff with that?
So the likelihood that it's going to be cost neutral is very high. I think mostly because of the fact that the first 5 were grant funded, so we're not paying anything for them. And so we only have the one to cover the cost of. And before we could put this in, we had to ensure that we actually had the funds to cover it if for some reason it wasn't, it didn't happen the way that we wanted to happen. So the funds were already there, and the sites could look at, okay, yes, we can fund this position, but the idea is that it's going to be cost neutral, so it won't cost anything.
So it doesn't answer the other part of my question is, could we hire a staff? And have it, I guess, still be cost neutral? Like, I guess I'm trying to reflect back what I'm hearing from community.
Yeah. So we are working, and I'm trying to think of what's the best, because I think the cost would be much more if we were looking at covering a staff member or staff too. So it would be a different position. It's not, because you're thinking about counselors, correct? Like if we could hire counselors instead?
Or whatever this particular
because we
wellness
don't
coach.
we don't have the wellness coach positions within the district at this time. So this is a new position. So it would be very different.
I think we just need to clarify, we aren't doing the hiring and these are not our employees.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, and that's what I've heard from community is that it's, and there's been.
Yeah. And I did hear at one point too that it was a mental health position, which it is not. Again, wellness coaches do not have the same credentials as a mental health clinician or a counselor.
How will they be working together?
So they could work together to support students. They could intake students, and they can refer to counseling. They can support with on the MTSS team with Tier 1 practices. So they could be very helpful working together if that's how the site wants to set it up. But it is individual to the sites and the staff on the site.
And then lastly, if it doesn't get approved, then what happens?
Then we'll still have our 5 that we're working with. And we could look at whether or not, we would want to split somebody to make sure that all of the sites had that support. It just was, it's a better option that everybody had one, and we could really look at how that worked at each site. We can take data, and that is one of the good things about working with Effective School Solutions. They're very data oriented, and so we do have plans to like, okay, how much was each of this funding coming back? What does it look like? What are the outcome? What's the outcome data that we want to see from what wellness coaches do? So this will give us some good information, and we can bring that back to the board.
So I'm hearing that it is not replacing staff. I'm
Correct.
also hearing that it is.
Well, you're not from us, so.
I'm just reflecting back what I'm hearing.
Mhm.
And yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Turley?
Is the reason that the one wellness coach was not funded was because that school's in Monterey County? Did that have anything to do with it?
No, it did not. The wellness coaches could have gone anywhere. And it still could, like, we could have somebody supported in Monterey County with the wellness coaches that we got through the grant. So that didn't have anything to do with it.
Okay, any more discussion from the board? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
And then my last question is, will they be there at that site full time?
As soon as we find people to fill the positions, they will be there full time.
So they could be part of the team. They're not like just showing up for certain hours.
Right, yep, they're there all day long.
And are they required to be part of like the same like if there's a staff training, are they required to go or are they going to be hanging out in their office?
So it depends on what the staff training would be. They wouldn't go to like curricular training, but if there's training around PBIS or other staff meetings that are happening, they would attend those. They would attend MTSS meetings if that made sense for them. So they would be involved as one of the staff at the school site.
Would they be required to go to games and dances like other staff?
Not games and dances after school because they'll have school hours that they're working. So they'll be there before, they come actually before the students arrive, and they stay sometime after the students arrive. So they'll be there before and after, but not after school.
Would they be able to take leadership positions in clubs?
I don't believe so because we are hiring them through an agency. So I would have to ask about that. No, yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking of like when I was an educator and I had to do all this extra stuff, that's the stuff I would have loved for someone to take over so that I could do what I had to do.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out how they're going to help if I still have to do the same things that I have to do.
Yeah.
If they're not,
So this is, I would say probably more similar to a classified position. And so those adjunct duties that you're referring to are in the realm of the certificated positions. So it's.
Are counselors required to do those?
For counselors, I believe because they often are doing evening meetings and they do family events, those count as their adjunct, but I'll defer to Kit in case I've misspoke.
Yes, that's the case.
This is a 1-year contract
Yes, it's a 1-year contract.
and
The grant is just for 1 year
we'll have,
at this point.
well, that's for the 5, but I'm just talking for the
For this
6th
one too, it's all just
Okay,
1 year.
and we'll have lots of data at the end.
Yes.
I'm apprehensive. I want to be clear on what their credentials are. You said bachelor's
Don't
degree.
have any type of credentialing.
Yeah.
They have a bachelor's degree.
And there
In what?
There's different things that they can have their bachelor's degree in, and they do have to get a wellness, and I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's like a wellness coach
Certification.
certification. So
They have to get it.
before they can be a
before they
wellness
can-
coach, they have to get a wellness coach certification. And I'm trying to remember, but I heard like what some of the bachelor degrees were in. So it does typically have to do with working with students, and all of the people that have been involved or hired so far have actually worked with students before. So they've done different types of jobs in school systems.
Okay, so what are they doing? And I'm so tired. I don't want to be here, but this is really important to me. What are they doing exactly?
So they will be staff that will be housed mainly in the wellness center, and they will be supporting students that come in on a daily basis, whatever time of day that they're there. If the student has an issue, they'll be talking to them. They'll be finding out whether or not they need to make a referral, because again, they can't do the same job as a counselor, so they wouldn't necessarily be doing counseling with a student, but they could assess and make a referral. They can also sit on the MTSS meeting. They can do observations in classrooms if that type of support is needed. I don't know. So, and I think their job will grow as we start to have them in the wellness center and realize what types of things the students need that they can support with.
Trustee Flores. I'd like to make a motion to postpone this until next meeting so we can get some clear understanding on what actually the role of these wellness coaches are, because it sounds like what I heard is that there's no clear job description yet. So until we figure out what the job description is, I would not feel comfortable voting on this right now.
Yeah, and I think
so the five that are approved, we don't know what their job description is? Yeah, I still would like some information on what that is.
I can write a board communication more about this, and I agree that it's like they've worked hard. ESS has placed other wellness coaches in a lot of other districts, and so they do have a base of what they do. But I also think it's important that at each individual school site, that they are supporting the needs of that school site, and all of our school sites are not the same. So I can't say that what a wellness coach is doing at EA Hall is exactly the same thing that a wellness coach at Rolling Hills is going to be doing. They're working with their site admin, they're working with the staff there, they are supporting students that come in that are in some kind of need to the wellness center. And sometimes it's just to like we need a quiet space at recess time to play a game or do puzzles with a trusted adult. So they would be that trusted adult in the wellness center and provide that support for them. At other times, a student may come in with more need and they would assess the need and do a referral. So they will have a variety of jobs that they do in the wellness center, and it's going to depend on the needs that come into the wellness center, and that's the students.
I would just feel more comfortable if there was a very clear job description of what a mental health counselor or a
wellness coach.
Well, no, I'm just saying like between a counselor and a wellness coach to make sure there's no overlap of duties. But so my motion that's on the table is that I would like to postpone this until our next meeting to get some more information. If I don't have a second, it could fail. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna second that motion.
Okay, so we have a first and a second to postpone this item. All those in favor?
Aye.
So four. Okay, any opposed? Aye. Any abstaining? Okay, so that motion passes 4102. Nope, it's too bad. Grant funded. Okay, so now we will move to reconvene to closed session. And yeah, thank you.
There is one gentleman that has a card for this next meeting.
Oh,
I don't know.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Let you know.
I should have, you gave it to me. I should have given it.
Can you sign something? First thing in the morning. Okay, let me have you sign yours. Okay, thank you.
So, hey, Olivia.
Yes.
I've been reading Robert's Rules of Orders. If I postpone something, I have to bring it back.
I don't know why I do that for staff. I can't do that.
Yeah, smells good.
I understand. I think that the frustration is the whole point of doing agenda setting 2 weeks in advance is to not have seasons until March. In advance, but we're getting used to it. It's not gonna happen overnight. Yeah. We're all getting into it. And then the thing is that we had it's been out for 2 weeks. I got a ton of emails today and yesterday. Yeah. And because we're not all trained on it yet, so you can't expect it to come over, to swing overnight. Yeah. No problem. I just want to technical gods. Wanted to know. Oh, you already know. Well, maybe we don't reach this. Yeah. So. This isn't gonna take long, and especially.
It's planned, so
Are you leaving? Okay, well, before you leave, I'll get them back. Before you leave, I'm
The teacher reps there are Wally, Hannah.
You want me to take them back there? Okay, I'll go with you guys.
Go on the.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We should go in there so we can get back out.
Did you join?
This one. Okay, thank you. We are now back at 12:34. And I have a report out of closed session. For item 2.1, I have the Board of Trustees in closed session held on September 10th, 2025, voted to approve the proposed notice of intent to dismiss placement on immediate unpaid suspension pending disciplinary proceedings and statement of charges against a certificated employee. The roll call vote was as follows. Ayes, trustees Flores, Navarro, Carrasco, Turley, and Flynn. And absent was trustees Medina and Dodge. Also for item 2.1, I have during closed session, the board took action regarding an employment of a classified school bus driver instructor trainer. By a vote of 4012, the board voted to dismiss employee number 8102. And for closed session item 2.2, I have during closed session, the board took action regarding the employment of a classified school bus driver behind the wheel employee. By a vote of 5002, the board voted to demote employee number 205. And for closed session item 2.5, I move to approve the certificated personnel report as presented by district administration on September 10th, 2025 with 1 and 15 action /items. Do I need to say September 11th? Because it's September 10th/11th. With 1 and 15 additional action items. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 4003. For closed session item 2.6, I move to approve the classified personnel report as presented by district administration on September 10th/11th, 2025 with 15 and 27 action items. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 4003. And I have a couple announcements. PVUSD is pleased to announce the selection of Josh Phillips as the new interim principal of Ansoldo Elementary. Josh Phillips is a bilingual educational leader with extensive experience in both classroom instruction and school administration across diverse urban and suburban settings, currently serving as the coordinator of research, accountability, and assessment for PVUSD. His work on the Alice District Safety Team and Teaching and Learning Committees underscores his commitment to safe, data-informed, and student-centered learning environments. Before his current role, Joshua served as an assistant principal at Calabasas Elementary, Aptos Junior High, and Walter Colton Middle School, where he led PBIS and wellness initiatives, coordinated site-level instruction, and student supports, and played a critical role in staffing, scheduling, and academic planning. Joshua holds a master's in educational leadership and policy studies from CSU Northridge, a clear administrative services credential, and a bachelor's in history with a minor in Latin American studies from UC Santa Barbara. We are excited to welcome Josh in his new role. Go All-Stars. And lastly, we are pleased to announce the selection of Alejandro Chavez as the new PVUSD Public Information Officer. Alejandro Chavez is a seasoned leader with more than 2 decades of experience in public service, nonprofit leadership, and community engagement. His most recent role is serving as the executive director of the Salinas Unified Business Association, where he oversaw strategic planning, board facilitation, branding, public relations, and government affairs for more than 500 businesses. His professional background includes serving as principal analysis and chief of staff to the Monterey County Supervisor's athletic director at Madonna del Salso School, community development director for the United Farm Workers of America, and executive director for Phoenix Services. He brings a unique blend of policy expertise, coalition building, media relations, and program management to every role he undertakes. Alejandro earned his Bachelor's of Art in History from the University of California, Santa Cruz. He holds an Associate's of Arts degree in art with an emphasis in art history from Merced College. Bilingual and bicultural in English and Spanish, he has led initiatives in grassroots lobbying, labor relations, policy development, and budget oversight. His commitment to community advancement, coupled with his strategic leadership and deep understanding of governance, makes him a valuable asset to any organization. We are excited to welcome this experienced educator to PVUSD. Welcome. Thank you. And now with that, I will announce that our next regularly scheduled board meeting will be on October 1st. And I now adjourn this meeting at 12:40. Thank you. And I also would like to make an announcement that we have canceled our special board meeting. And we will see you all in 3 weeks. Thank you.